Okay, I think we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. Alan, can we go on the record, please? Good morning. Today is the fourth evidentiary hearing of the Massachusetts Energy Facilities Siting Board in docket EFSB 2201, Eversource Energy Certificate of Environmental Impact and Public Interest for the East Eagle Substation. Good morning and welcome, everyone. To start, I want to explain how to use Zoom today to ensure that everyone can fully participate in this public comment hearing from the start. We have interpreters who will be translating from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. To select your desired language, click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select English or Spanish so that you can hear everything said today with interpretation as needed. I will give you a moment to do that. For audio-only participation, attendees can dial in at 646-558-8656, which is not a toll-free number, and then enter the webinar ID 836-9233-7532. Simultaneous English to Spanish and Spanish to English interpretation will be provided. Please do not check the box that says mute original audio. We recommend this so you can still hear the voice of the speaker faintly in the background, but mostly you will hear the voice of the interpreter. Dial-in participants will hear the speaker's voice without interpretation, as Zoom does not offer interpretation for dial-in participants. However, all comments made by dial-in participants will be interpreted into Spanish or English. The interpreter is going to repeat these instructions in Spanish.
Can the interpreters please repeat the instructions in Spanish?
I can. Thank you, Van. Thank you. My name is Donna Sharkey. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I'm conducting today's fourth day of evidentiary hearings. As part of the bench today are other members of the Siting Board staff: Andy Green, Director of the Siting Board; Joan Evans, General Counsel; and Wayne Wang, Siting Analyst. Please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings of both the English and Spanish streams will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Please remember our guidelines to use in speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. Are there any matters that the parties would like to raise today before we resume with questions of the company's witnesses on issues related to environmental protection, public health, and public safety?
The company does not have any.
Does the company have any new witnesses that will testify today and that need to be sworn?
We don't suspect so. I think our principal witnesses today, again, depending on scope of questions, will be Mr. Petersile, Mr. Newhall, Mr. Zico, and Ms. Berica.
And all of those witnesses have already been sworn, so I would just remind them of that before we begin. We will begin today with Boston residents groups, questioning of the company's witnesses. Mr. O'Brien, are you
Yes.
ready to begin your questions?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Yeah. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'll begin, if I may, with a few framing comments, which I think will help give a sense of where we're going with these questions. And in doing that, I'll be referring to some of the responses to the information requests, and I'll just list the ones so everyone can kind of get them in the folder or wherever. But preliminarily, we appreciate all those responses. They're very detailed and helpful. So we'll be focusing primarily on E7. This is BRG E7, BRG 9, BRG 11, and also 12. And we'll get into the specifics of those. So those are the ones primarily. Pardon me. Also, very briefly, we'll be referring to some of the testimony from yesterday, which was in page 495 of the transcript. And that we're just going to be doing that as a reference. We'll not be delving deeply into the many questions that were discussed yesterday, but Wednesday. But we will be referring to that as an example when we talk about some of our climate change and flood risk issues. And then finally, at the end, we'll be making a motion regarding asking the BPDA for some information. And we'll be doing that verbally. We can also do that in writing if that's preferred.
Mr. O'Brien, I'd just like to let you know, BPDA is not, of course, a party in this proceeding.
Sure.
So you could send them information, and if information requests essentially, and if they're willing to provide answers, you can then provide them to the service list and ask to have those included as part of the record.
Sure. If it's all right, if with the presiding officer's permission, we'll just take that up briefly at the end, just so we understand what our options are. And we know you're not providing legal advice, but we just want to make this expeditious, but get as much useful, relevant information into the record as we can.
Sure.
So with that said, the focus for us is going to be right now, initially, on questions of the risk to environmental protection, health and safety presented by substations, by a substation, and particularly the substation at this location. And yesterday, the company discussed how a transformer failure was one of the risk factors, and just in terms of providing service. So our first question is, what factors would cause what was called an N1 failure?
Mr. O'Brien, I want you to be able to ask your questions. To me, at least at its face at this point, your question seems to be a need-related question in terms of how contingencies are developed with respect to equipment that drives the need for new facilities, such as in this case, the proposed substation. Unless you make it more specifically directed to a matter of environmental impact or environmental protection or health or safety, I would object, and I'm trying not to object because I want you to ask your question.
No, yeah, fair enough. So let me try the same thing, maybe in a slightly more focused way. The company identified a transformer failure, an N1 failure, as a consequential and not unlikely or a possible event at the substation. Would a transformer failure represent a risk to either environmental protection, public health, or safety?
From my perspective, the witnesses can go forward and respond to that question.
And the answer to that question is not necessarily. The transformer is equipped with 2 high-speed electrical protection systems. Upon detecting a short circuit, one of those 2 systems will clear the transformer from the system before any damage is done. On top of that, there is a mechanical detection system for short circuits within the transformer. If both electrical protection systems for some reason don't detect it, the mechanical system will. My experience with that over the last 38 years is that's a very sensitive system. And it functions equally well with the electrical protection. Finally, each transformer compartment is equipped with a pressure relief valve, much like you'd find on the water heater or boiler in your home. If the tank is subjected to an overpressure, the pressure relief valve will lift and discharge any fluid into the transformer containment. Finally, on top of that, if there is a catastrophic failure, we've equipped these transformers with a high pressure water mist system that would extinguish any fire, usually within 10 minutes. They're very effective. This high pressure water mist system, the choice of system that we're using was developed in conjunction with consultation with the Boston Fire Department. And we're using that in other stations in Boston as well.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to that the substation design does have at least 100% capacity for the entire volume of the transformer fluid incorporated into the design. So there is no scenario in which any type of failure of that transformer could leak fluid beyond the substation itself and beyond the containment for the transformer, transformer bay.
And I'll just add to what Mr. Newhall just said, that the containment is not only sized for the maximum volume of oil in the transformer, but it's also sized for a half hour of the fire protection system operation as well.
Great. Thank you. One of the components or the variables in assessing risk to environmental protection, public health, and safety through a event at the substation, and the focus seemed to be on the transformer failure. And if that's not correct, please correct me. But the 2 issues that were raised, among others, were the cycling peaks of the transformer. That is to say, there was a downtime benefit so that the load wasn't very high. And again, this is in the context of environmental protection, public health, and safety. And the second seemed to be the transformer lifetime, as it were, the number of hours, like for an airframe or an airplane engine. How does the company evaluate the probability of a transformer failure as described? Is it based upon hours, cycle peak loads, or some other factor?
Well, I would direct the witnesses to respond to that to the extent it relates to issues only of environmental protection, public health, or safety, if they have information that would elucidate those issues.
I can speak to that within the context framed out. And what the company does is, besides regular maintenance on any of the moving parts of the transformer, the tap changer, Preventive maintenance is probably one of the best things that you can do. The company also undertakes comprehensive fluid quality and dissolved gas analyses of the fluid in the transformer, and that's analogous to having a blood test at the doctor so that they can get a snapshot of your health. We have a database of that dissolved gas and fluid quality analysis, and that right now is the best indicator of transformer health and trying to predict a failure. We also, in addition to taking those periodic comprehensive fluid quality analyses, these transformers are equipped with online gas analyzers that can detect these problematic gases in the fluid and will give an alarm if there's a excessive rate of change or absolute value of gas in the transformer.
And from an environmental protection standpoint, our regulatory requirements for development of spill prevention, containment, and countermeasure, or SPCC plan development is predicated on the, I guess you'd call it the presumption that there can be a failure of some type of equipment at the station. So those plans are developed to respond to any type of failure, loss of fluid, or something to that effect at a station. And that's not just applicable to the proposed substation. That's applicable to all of our stations across our entire system.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So just a couple of quick follow-ups on this theme, and then we can shift gears. So the described environmental protection, public health and safety components of keeping the substation up and running and not having these N1 transmission events, is that done in the field or is that done remotely?
Can you repeat that question again?
Certainly.
Mr. O'Brien?
I'll just cut to the chase. Is the fluid checks and other things, the blood tests, as it were, are those done remotely or are they done in the field?
The fluid checks, as I said before, we periodically will go out and sample the fluid in the transformer and send that off to a lab for analysis for the dissolved gas and other fluid properties in the transformer. The reports will come back. They'll get reviewed and analyzed by an engineer and in the company. Any remedial action will get taken and followed up on. In addition to that, as I stated earlier, there's an online analysis system that will detect it doesn't detect specifically which gas is being generated, but it detects that some gas is being generated, and that will send an alarm to our system control center. The alarm will be addressed by our station ops folks, and if necessary, a fluid sample will be taken in between the regularly scheduled intervals.
Hey, John, maybe just could you talk a minute about transformer loading and heat? Heat's the enemy of a transformer. And when you talk about gassing and all those types of things, providing a transformer isn't overloaded and has a chance to cool down, that's that whole loads, cycle. A transformer doesn't have a lot of moving parts, maybe just the tap changes. So providing it's not overloaded, a transformer will last a very, very long time.
So yes, thank you, Mr. Holstrom. I can elaborate on that a bit. A transformer, like any piece of electrical equipment, will generate heat when it's in operation. The internal components of the transformer are predominantly copper, steel, electrical steel, wood, and a very high quality craft paper, almost like what paper bags are made out of, but a much higher electrical quality and a much higher strength. Each of those components will behave differently when exposed to heat. The transformer is designed to be operated within certain limits, within certain temperature limits, within a certain ambient temperature, and within certain loading limits. If the transformer is operated, loaded within those parameters, it is expected to last its design life, which I believe we've put in the record of as 40 years, customarily regarded as that. I've seen transformers go way longer than that. So it doesn't mean that in 40 years it's gonna fail. The more load that you put on the transformer, the more heat gets generated, and the more of its life will get used up, and it would increase the risk of a failure. So we cycle, the transformers go through a daily load cycle, and they get a chance to kind of cool off and reject some of that heat in the off hours.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And
Additionally-
I know we're talking about current substations in general here, not the East Boston one, but I'll be getting to that in just a moment. In addition to questions of transformer failure, the N1, in terms of risk factors for environmental protection, public health, and safety, has the company generally, for substations, identified other risk factors which might endanger health, safety, and environmental protection, just in its consideration of substation design?
Yes.
If you could enumerate some of the high probability, the more risk benefit factors, that would be helpful.
The transformer tends to get a lot of focus because it's a very difficult piece of equipment to replace. It contains a liquid, and liquids are incompressible. So you need to account for that in the design of the transformer, which I elaborated on the high-speed protection systems, the pressure relief valve. So the transformers do, by and large, get the bulk of the attention. Most of the other equipment do not contain incompressible fluids, so any failure within them would tend to be less dramatic and less impactful. And also because if you have a failure of a circuit breaker in the switch gear, there are no liquids in there that could spill or be released into the environment. There are no liquids that could build up pressure, so the pressure would be allowed to escape. And so yes, there are other pieces of equipment in the station that can fail, but we do tend to give most of the attention to the transformers for the reasons I stated.
Great, thank you. So turning.
Additionally, it's also important to note that the physical asset condition of all the equipment is regularly inspected and recorded. So, operations during the lifetime of any particular substation will assess the physical asset condition of all the equipment. And if any improvements or additional maintenance is required, which might be outside the normal, equipment maintenance protocols, it would be undertaken. And additionally, I know there's been a lot of conversation about the mineral oil inside the transformers per se, but that liquid level is also monitored and reported out electronically through SCADA, a supervisory control and data acquisition system.
I'm sorry, what is SCADA?
Supervisory control and data acquisition system. So an alarm, basically, fundamentally, an alarm would be rung out and an Eversource employee would be dispatched to the station to address the alarm. And that's far, far earlier than any event that would affect environmental health or safety would occur.
Sure. Yeah, this is used. I'm sorry, does someone else want to say something?
Well, I was just going to say, so we've obviously touched on, potential failures of equipment, but in terms of the station, we do incorporate into the actual design, not only of station 131, which is the subject of this proceeding, but all of our stations, we have to comply with stormwater standards in the state of Massachusetts. specifically for Station 131, we have to comply with the stormwater requirements for the Boston Water and Sewer Commission so that we don't have any increase in runoff from pre-construction conditions to post-construction conditions. Specifically for Station 131, the site, we've cited as much of the equipment and activity on the site outside of the 100-foot buffer zone to the Chelsea Creek that we can. The closest location of the work to Chelsea Creek is approximately 70 feet away, and that's essentially at the property boundary. We've located all of our stormwater infiltration basins outside of that 100-foot buffer to the coastal bank for Chelsea Creek. So in that regard, we're incorporating those environmental protection measures into the design of the substation, not just from a response type of a situation, but into the actual design and operation of the facility from the outset.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Newhall. That's a good segue we're talking more generally about substation operations and measures in place to the specifics of this proposed location. And I'd like to, if I may, explore that a little bit under the concept of this is a certificate proceeding. So these are questions that have to do very specifically with what the city of Boston and applicable state considerations come into play for this location. Again, under the category of public health and environmental protection and safety. So in evaluating risk, not from generic substation operations, but on a location specific basis, what factors does the company take into account when it evaluates a location? And then specifically, what factors has it taken into account for this location? And I would include things like proximity of other uses like the parks across the street, for an example.
So if I could just refer Mr. O'Brien to the notice project change final decision starting on page 92, which is the conclusive findings from the siting board in relation to the comprehensive analysis of all the potential environmental impacts of the project. These topics have been well debated and analyzed and discussed and resolved and concluded upon, and we'd be happy to reiterate for your benefit each of these topics individually as it's already been described. If you give us a moment, if you have specific questions on specific instances, we can refer back to that.
Indeed, yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
I was just going to ask Mr. Hallstrom to jump in here.
Yeah, I mean, I actually I wanted to respond a little more to your last question, just about the monitoring of the substation, and that, in addition to the remote monitoring capabilities and the technology that's built into this substation for the safety and whatnot, we also require a monthly physical inspection of the station. So every month, all of our stations are visited by our crews where they have a very kind of detailed inspection process that goes into a system, and then we're able to trend and also look at the performance of the station. And then just in general, when I think about health and safety, reliability in my mind is critical to that. Having a community without electric power certainly puts the residents in a very bad situation that in my mind doesn't impact safety and personal property and those types of things. So I think the addition of this substation adds to the health and safety of the community.
Sure, and that was put forward, I think, in the E12 response. Just to focus on the point of risk, and I do have some very specific questions, which I think are not relitigation, as it were, but it's based upon new information and relevance. But would the company agree that risk in addition to inherent substation operations, there is a risk dimension to substation location. In other words, would the company agree that some locations are more suitable for a substation than others?
Hey, John, if I just might, and then you can talk. You know, when I think about substation locations, and we've talked about this, we have substations, across our service territory. We have substations, and when I think about risk and location, and I don't think having a substation is a risky proposition. And I always think about Boston. We have a substation in Faneuil Hall, and most people walk by it every day and they have no idea it's a substation, but we have a major substation right in Faneuil Hall in the government center. We have other substations in Boston, High Street, for example, that is sandwiched in between other buildings. They share actual walls with each other. So I don't think substations pose a risk. I think the track record of substations supports that. Again, I always point to the substation down in Faneuil Hall that, most people don't even know it's there. But it's there right in the middle of all the happenings there. And, because of all the safety measures, because of all the monitoring, because of all the maintenance, because of the way they're designed, substations do not pose a risk.
And it's not just that's a great point.
If
And
I
it's
may,
not just
may I just
Eversource
ask my next question?
substations.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I'd like to ask my next question if I could.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you. So just briefly, the maps provided on E3 were helpful and appreciated. We will be talking about those not in this line of questioning, but in future discussions. But and what I'll be going to now is the question of site-specific risk, acknowledging the company has general substation measures in place. Yesterday, Mr. Ludwig made a very interesting, many very interesting discussions about sort of probability and assessing loads and making estimates. And at page 495 of the transcript, and I'll paraphrase, he said something to the effect of that in about 2015, 2016, there was a marked increase in efficiency measures that changed the company's model for evaluating load. And that's my layperson's paraphrase. And with that in mind, does the company maintain predictive models about sea level rise and climate change?
Let me start by saying the company does have witnesses here can talk about its analysis and consideration of sea level rise and climate change. And that was part of the prior proceeding on the project change. But I don't want him to characterize a witness's testimony. That's on the transcript. The words are the words. That witness is not available today. It's not within the scope of this panel. So I would just ask the witness to focus on the particular element of how the company has considered sea level rise and climate change in addressing the design of this substation.
Yes, and just very briefly, the point is well taken. I'm not trying to characterize, I would just refer to the transcript and that would speak for itself. But the question then becomes, as stated, does the company maintain its own predictive modeling about climate change and sea level rise and related factors?
I can say that we incorporated sea level rise, based on climate change into the design of this substation. And some of the details, John, Zico, if you'd like to get into those, we can, but it's certainly incorporated into the design of this substation.
If I could just add, I believe without trying to characterize what Mr. O'Brien said. I believe the question on the table is, does the company maintain a predictive model for sea level rise? And the answer to that, the direct answer to that question is, as an operator of extensive amounts of infrastructure in not only coastal locations, but other locations near water in 3 different states, the company always is keeping abreast of what the latest developments are with climate change and how it could impact their infrastructure, not only the operation of substations, but the operation of the balance of the transmission and distribution system as well. The subject of climate change is something that's going to happen over a period of time. The sea level, we certainly, nobody is predicting that it's going to rise overnight. We have reaction time. The company is studying it, and they need to triage where the investments would need to be made for climate change. To the direct question of, do we maintain a predictive model? The answer to that is no.
Yeah, thank you. So if I understand, let me frame the question in a way that could be answered. Did the company, in citing and evaluating 131, the proposed East Boston substation, rely on the City of Boston 2070 40-foot-inch sea level rise model in evaluating risk from climate change and sea level rise?
When this station was first considered back prior to 2014, there were not a lot of industry standards on what to evaluate for climate change and sea level rise as it impacts the siting or the ultimate elevation of substations. The date of the original filing was for the underlying project was 2014, but in preparation for that preparation work for that started in a couple of years prior. With the advent of I believe it was Superstorm Sandy, the industry in general started to take a much closer look at the impacts of sea level rise and inundation, specifically with regard to substation facilities. At the time, as I said, at the time, there were really no standards or guidelines. Everything was in a state of flux a little bit. We retained Burns and McDonnell, who was doing the engineering for this station, to help us, because they have experience with utilities outside of Eversource, and we called on them for expertise as to what they might have seen. We developed, working with them, we developed what is what we felt at the time was a conservative approach. It was the 500-year probability storm with, I believe it was 3 feet of sea level rise out through the year 2070, and a foot of freeboard on top of that. And the outcome of all of that is that, based on the studies and even some more recent studies, we have a station that has equipment that's 3 to 4 feet above what anything is expected to manifest over the life of the station. We have in the decision with the project change notice, and because we all know that we learn new things, the people who are working on climate change and the projections learn new things, new information develops. There is a provision in the project change notice decision whereby the company has been asked to reevaluate the impacts on any changes to sea level rise predictions and how they might impact the substation. So we will be keeping an eye on it. And as I stated earlier, I don't think anybody's expecting it to rise overnight. So we expect that we will have plenty of reaction time, and then can apply the investments, any investments that would be required. We can apply them based on the best current information that we have going forward.
Yes, thank you. Would the company agree that predictive models may be subject to external, as of yet unknown variables that could affect the accuracy of the model with respect to climate change specifically?
I'd object to the question. It calls for speculation. It's just too broad and too conditioned a question for our witness to provide a direct response.
Maybe you could rephrase, Mr. O'Brien?
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Thank you. Is it accurate to say that the company has relied on a predictive model for climate change that in its design of the 131 proposed substation?
So, Mr. O'Brien, if I could refer you to page 59 of the notice of project change, there's a table 2, which provides all the guideline reference point elevations, which were used as the published models for this predictive analysis. And they include organizations such as Massport, Boston Planning and Development Agency, Climate Ready Boston.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could you begin the list again? As Massport?
Yes. Massport, BPDA, Climate Ready Boston, ISO New England, FEMA, American Society of Civil Engineers, and the Mass DOT Central Artery Tunnel Project. So there was quite a number of models that were analyzed. And in addition to that, there were 2 models that were suggested for analyzation during that proceeding, which were also addressed in the notice project change.
And to add to
I'm sorry,
Peter-
may I just jump in for a second?
Well, I don't believe our witnesses were finished addressing your question, which was broad in nature, and so they should be allowed to add information that's responsive to your question.
Certainly, please continue.
So to add to what Mr. Petersile has said, so the company has relied on those predictive models, as have a multitude of other agencies and entities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But importantly, the siting board has taken this into account and required that the company continue to evaluate these predictive models as, throughout the life of the substation, and address any additional information, refined projections as necessary through, on a 5-year basis, so that we're responding to these predictive models as, more information is known, as conditions that are changing are incorporated into these predictive models. So, we are addressing those potential considerations in the future for the life of the substation.
Does any other company representative want to add? I have a few more questions along this line. So would the company agree, thank you for those answers, would the company agree that the predictive models relied upon may be subject to external events which the predictive models do not incorporate?
I think the witnesses just addressed that. I think the answer speaks for itself.
I disagree. I think that well, let me ask it as a question. Given, as has been stated, that the siting board has already included amongst its requirements and in the project change proceeding 5-year evaluations or periodic evaluations of whether the substation, if built, is safe from climate change, sea level rise risk. Would the company agree that there may be exterior unanticipated events within the climate predictive model that would make those future anticipated responsive measures inadequate?
I'm not sure I followed your question. You're saying that the company, the siting board's condition and the company's continued compliance filings every 5 years, if new external risk factors are evaluated and identified, whether the company would be able to respond to them in a way
Yeah,
that would-
that's a reasonable reformulation, and I can try again, but let me try one more time. But what was just stated was not inaccurate. The siting board in the project change decision, amongst its requirements, said every 5 years or on some periodic basis, evaluate changing conditions, potentially changing conditions, and see whether the substation, if built, is adequately protected against sea level rise and climate change. However, those future year check-ins are subject to a certain predictive model. In other words, the assumption is we're going to be able to protect it because we kind of know what the curve is going to be. My question is, does the company agree or not that those future predictive models may not sufficiently account for external changes that are not in the model, and therefore a future 5-year, 10-year check-in or evaluation may be inadequate?
I'm just afraid I have to object to the question again, because it calls for a series of assumptions about hypotheticals about what may occur in the future, and whether, if those hypotheticals occur in the future, they will be sufficient to address what is at present an unknown event. I don't think the question is capable of a response by our witnesses.
Mr. O'Brien, are you asking that whether there are external factors that can occur that were not predicted by the models, which could potentially cause events to happen that are different from what the model expected?
Yes, exactly.
So if I could just offer to refer back to the entire paragraph of condition Z, and possibly this helps Mr. O'Brien understand what would be involved in that 5-year periodic reassessment. It says, in preparing each 5-year report, the company will consult with agencies, including, but not limited to, City of Boston, Office of Coastal Zone Management, Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency, and Department of Environmental Protection. Then the siting board would review each report and determine whether any of the additional flood mitigation measures are necessary and appropriate, should be implemented. So in essence, I think what you're asking is, in each periodic 5-year review, it is incumbent upon Eversource, as required by the siting board, to consult with any at that time current guideline and assess the design flood elevation for adequacy.
Yeah, that makes sense, and we don't need to spend much more time on this bit, but I do have a few more exploratory and specific questions, and then we can certainly move on. So, not to rely on a precise description of what Mr. Ludwig testified to yesterday, but he described a predictive model that had an external factor that was not anticipated, that significantly changed some of the company's calculations of load. And if we apply that same general principle to predictions of sea level rise, which is a critical important issue, it may very well be that the purported sufficiency of a 5-year check-in might not be adequate. And my basic question is, does the company acknowledge that there may be external events with respect to climate change that are not captured in a predictive model?
I have to say that this is an issue that's been fairly and fully adjudicated in the prior proceeding. and as such is not a proper scope for a certificate proceeding. But even beyond that, if Mr. O'Brien has concerns about the adequacy of the siting board's condition as it relates to this issue, he's free to brief it at the end of the case. I don't believe that this is an issue that this panel would elicit facts that would inform that debate that Mr. O'Brien may want to undertake on brief. It's more a legal position about what he believes the adequacy or inadequacy of that condition is that has already been finalized and adopted by the siting board. So I would ask that while we've given some leeway here to allow him to ask questions, we've gotten to the point where I think those questions are not looking for factual information of what the company is doing now and what it has done in the past in designing this station to protect public health and safety.
I'll respond briefly if I may, and then we can move on. I respectfully disagree. I think that we are raising issues of fact in terms of predictive models and their sufficiency for protecting the environment. But as stated, yes, we can certainly raise them at the appropriate time and place. So if I may, I'll move on to a couple of other topics. And this will be there's a couple of very quick ones here. There is a similar theme, which is to say suitability of substation locations and relative impacts based upon location. And under the categories of environmental protection, public health and safety, in the response E11, that is BRG E11, this is the environmental justice response. The company indicated that in an evolving regulatory environment, it responds as regulations change, including environmental justice. And I just want to first confirm the question that we asked in the information request. Does the company maintain its own environmental justice policies, guidelines with respect to siting of substations?
Meredith or Nicole, is that something?
The company does consider environmental justice when it comes to siting substations.
But does it maintain written guidelines and policies? Does the company maintain written guidelines and policies with respect to environmental justice amongst its variables for evaluating siting of substations?
Yes, and I'll let Ms. Barica speak to it, but Ms. Barica's whole group that she works for is related to outreach regarding substation projects and project outreach. And they've certainly have guidelines and standards that they follow in terms of what that outreach looks like. And I'll let Ms. Barica expand on that.
Thank you, Ms. Engstrom. Yes, Mr. O'Brien, to answer your question, when we are entering into any community in Eversource's territory, we make a concerted effort across multiple platforms in multiple ways to connect with key stakeholders, residents, municipalities, and other community associations. And we pay particular care in those neighborhoods and communities that we know have been traditionally underserved or are classified as environmental justice zones by the Massachusetts state government. So some particular examples I can give you in our outreach efforts include, providing multilingual communications and interpretive services in areas where we know there's limited English proficiency, making sure that we're doing our very best to connect with renters and in addition to property owners, and making sure that we are posting information in areas of the community that are frequented by residents, such as libraries and the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, and other places like that.
And just to add to what Ms. Barica stated, we are serving our customers where there is load and seeking to provide, reliable and safe electric service to those customers. And that is regardless of their classification as an environmental justice community or otherwise, where there is a load demand and a need to ensure that we're providing reliable, consistent, and safe electric service. That
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have a technical issue. We have to go off the record.
Off the record.
Sorry.
Ms. Sharkey, there was also a chat from Mr. Snyder of Eversource saying that he had lost audio, and I'm trying to determine if he has restored that. I'm not sure he's going to be speaking on this panel, but he did send a chat.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Alan, do you want to take our morning break now? And that'll give you a little more time to.
I'm sorry to
address-
do that, but the answer
No,
is
that's
yes.
fine.
Yes, if we could, please.
That's fine. So why don't we take a 15-minute break now?
Thank you.
Sorry about that, everybody.
That's all right. We'll come back at 10 after. Alan, are you all set?
I do believe so.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back on the record. I think prior to our break, Mr. Newhall was in the middle of providing a response to one of Mr. O'Brien's questions.
Yes, is it possible that we could have, I guess, the last few lines of the record read back to me just so I can, retract my train of thought?
Sure. Alan, could you read back his last response from the beginning?
Certainly. Just to add to what Ms. Barrick has stated, we are serving our customers. We are serving our customers load and seeking to provide, reliable and safe electric service to those customers. And that is regardless of their classification as an environmental justice community or otherwise. Where there is a load demand and a need to ensure that we're providing consistent and safe electric service. And then I interrupted you.
Sure. So to finish my thought, I would continue to say that we design projects and propose projects to service that load and treat all of our customers equally.
And I'll add on to Mr. Newhall's statement and finish this thread of thought as well to say, when we think about both the spirit and the letter of the climate change roadmap bill that's been set forth, we take seriously our obligation to ensure that no one neighborhood or no one people is left behind in the benefits that electrification and green energy are going to provide. And this substation in this location in East Boston, in Eagle Hill, is going to ensure that residents in East Boston and Chelsea are going to be able to participate in the clean energy initiatives that both the city and the Commonwealth have set forth as public good goals.
I do have a few more questions. Is that it from the company? Great. So just to repeat the question, does the company have published internal and shareable environmental justice policies and guidelines with respect to siting of substations?
I can start out on that one, Mr. O'Brien, and to say that, again, as I think Ms. Engstrom started off, part of what I do day in and day out, as well as Ms. Bowden, is ensure that the written policies as set forth by the state, we are being able to put into practice. And again, we take our obligations across our service territory seriously, to the extent that we have, an entire team dedicated to community outreach and making sure that we are servicing our customers, not just from an electrical standpoint, but meeting their needs from language access and access to Eversource personnel when it comes to substation and our other large electrical infrastructure projects.
And
So-
I was just going to add that, as a result, we're well aware that Chelsea and East Boston fall into the, categorization of an environmental justice community. And that's why we're here today to push forward, the approval of these permits so we can construct this substation, because right now, both East Boston and Chelsea are currently underserved because without any electrical substation, as we've stated, the area remains very vulnerable to system contingencies during periods of the year when electricity is at its highest demand.
And if I could just add to that, Ms. Berica and Ms. Engstrom both very eloquently said it, but one thing that I would like to add on top of it is that, different substations serve different purposes. The East Eagle Street substation is one that is going to directly benefit the people who live in the area where it's being constructed. It's not to generate energy for somewhere else. It's not to transmit energy for use somewhere else. It is to directly distribute and provide capacity and reliability benefits to the folks who live in Chelsea and East Boston.
Yes, thank you. These points have been made, and I imagine recorded. But again, my question is, our petitioner's resident's question is, does the company have published guidelines with respect to siting of substations and in environmental justice communities?
I guess for clarification, when you say published guidelines, published where?
Internal documents that say these are the company guidelines with respect to evaluating siting of substations within environmental justice communities.
So as far as company-wide policies, we are in the process of developing written policies. But as Ms. Berica had stated earlier, these policies do already exist, and we are implementing these policies as they do exist every day in the work that we do.
So is it fair to say that the company at the moment does not have written guidelines, but relies on state and local guidelines with respect to siting of substations in environmental justice communities?
No, our policies that we currently follow don't just rely on state policy guidelines. They also take into account the feedback that we receive from both the communities and other, environmental stakeholders as well. So it's all encompassing. It's not just specific to state policies.
Can the company characterize briefly the feedback it's received from East Boston residents with respect to siting the proposed East Boston substation?
I would say, Mr. O'Brien, I think we're all well aware of the feedback we've received, and like electrical infrastructure, and frankly, infrastructure everywhere of any kind, it is frequently met with some kind of opposition from the residents, whether it's in East Boston or elsewhere. What I can let you know is, in the work that I've been doing, is the feedback that we've received specifically as it relates to condition U set forth by the siting board, is constantly incorporating the feedback that we've received from associations and residents in Eagle Hill, in East Boston. And that ranges from what days of the week and times of days and where we should hold community outreach meetings, to reconfiguring and redesigning the aesthetic fence or the enclosure, or whatever, the surround of the substation. So wherever we can safely take into account the concerns of the residents, we are endeavoring to do that.
Yes, thank you. Just a few more questions on this, and then I think we can wrap, and then we can talk briefly about the BPDA issue. So is it fair to say that the company's position is that substations and electrical facilities meet with objections regularly, and that the East Boston objections are no different from those that are encountered elsewhere?
No, I would not say that's fair to say.
And so, given that, would it be fair to say that the East Boston residents' objections and concerns expressed about the substation, even stipulating that people in East Boston want and like and need electricity, the objections stated, does the company would the company agree that the objections stated have in part a basis in cumulative impacts in East Boston from industrial and commercial and mass port facilities?
I'm not sure I follow. Do you mind restating that question?
Yeah, I know that was a bit circuitous. Would the company agree that the objections in East Boston to the proposed substation have as a component the cumulative impacts on East Boston residents' health, safety, and environment, the cumulative impacts from commercial, industrial, and mass port facilities?
Based on the findings of the notice project change, which deliberated upon all the environmental considerations, I would say the answer would be no, because environmental impacts that were addressed by this instant substation relevant to noise or stormwater inundation, and I don't even need to go through or itemized list, but all of the inherent safety and environmental topics that are the purview of the siting board under their jurisdiction of approving a site for this type of facility were reviewed and found to be adequately addressed. So I would say no, there is no cumulative impact.
Yes, thank you. So I think, these are obviously issues that are well in the record in many instances, so I can feel certainly comfortable moving on to our last topic. I do want to say preliminarily too that, just again for the record, the questions and issues raised are the result of consultation amongst residents and petitioners. Ms. Miller and I talked yesterday. We update the group regularly, so these are just not my individual questions, but they do represent the consensus concerns of residents, and we appreciate everyone's patience in working through these. So the last question, and it's more a procedural question, so I hope it's in order, and that has to do with the Chapter 91 licensing and the environmental questions around the Chapter 91 review and the certificate proceedings. And the record shows that from the first proceeding, where the exemption included the BPDA comment, I think it's a Section 18 review or comment, was no longer necessary because BPDA didn't comment in time. Basically, it lapsed. And we talked a little bit about that. The company asked them multiple times, they didn't respond really. So what we residents would like to do is to move that the siting board ask BPDA whether it has any comments. We can do that in writing or otherwise, but that's the direction that we'd like to go with this on this particular issue.
So I would like to be heard on that. BDPA is not a party to this proceeding. They certainly had an opportunity to do so if they so wished. The discovery period for this proceeding has passed. This is the evidentiary stage of the proceeding. This sounds like a discovery request. I would say that the company was asked a question like this during the discovery process, and it provided all of the information it had regarding BDPA and other agency correspondence in Chapter 91. And indeed, I think there's a record request that will be filed on this topic. So I think the request is out of order, it's out of time, but also the information that Mr. O'Brien is trying to adduce as to whether the BDPA has commented on the company's Chapter 91 license is already established in this record.
Mr. O'Brien, let me interrupt for the moment. As I believe you're aware, the City of Boston is represented in this proceeding. They're participating as a limited participant rather than they did not request full intervention. If you are seeking to elicit something in particular from any of the City of Boston agencies, I would ask that you discuss that with their representative in this proceeding. In terms of what you are seeking, what they might be willing to provide. I would caution you, however, though, that it seems Mr. Arcangeli had coordinated the responses of the agencies from the City of Boston that we had requested back in April, and where we've been having successive kind of filings come in over time. The Boston Water and Sewer Commission has a different and separate legal counsel because of the organization of the Boston Water and Sewer Commission. So that's part of the reason why those responses were provided later and separately by their counsel. So to the extent you wish to address some issues specifically regard to the Boston Water and Sewer Commission permitting, then I recommend you start with Mr. Arcangeli and then see how, to what extent you need to separately contact the general counsel for Boston Water and Sewer Commission.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I'll say very briefly, I think that BPDA would be in an analogous position to the water and sewer. In other words, a separate agency not falling within the city, so-called. I very well take the point in terms of the timing of the request. It did strike us curious that the BPDA didn't comment at all on such a consequential matter, but let me explore further kind of what our avenues may be for soliciting useful information and if appropriate, introducing it at some point. I don't want to overburden with another motion at this juncture, but this conversation has been helpful, so thank you.
The other thing I would say is I know the company, in response to some of our questions regarding permitting, had provided a response that said BPDA in and of itself was not a permitting agency from which the company needed to receive a permit. So you may wish to review the information regarding permitting that the company provided to determine if, in fact, you want something from the BPDA versus one of the other agencies or some other office within the City of Boston.
Yeah, we agree with that position. We don't see them as a permitting entity kind of on the path here, but they are commenting. They have a commenting role within the regulations. So that's kind of where we were going.
Just a reminder for Mr. O'Brien, you asked a rec request on an earlier day when our Chapter 91 panel was on the stand.
Yeah.
I think it's rec request BRG-1. The response is due Monday. In that response to your question, we are providing any and all correspondence we've received from BDPA regarding its role in Chapter 91 licensing. And the answer, I won't testify here, but will indicate whether BDPA has provided any formal or informal comment with respect to that permit.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. So what we'll do is we'll wait on that and then see where that takes us. But then we'll take it up with the city or BPDA at that point. Thank you all very much. I appreciate that. We're done.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. So it's almost 11:30 and CLF is planning to become available to ask questions at 12:30. So rather than stop and then interrupt at some other point to take our lunch break, let's take our lunch break now.
Could Ms. Sharkey, could I interject? I noticed in the real time transcript that Ms. Barica's answers were attributed to Ms. Bowden. I wasn't sure if that would be corrected later. Thank you.
Okay, if there isn't anything else, then let's take our lunch break now and come back to give CLF a little leeway, 1:15.
Thank you.
Off the record. Stacy, did you have a chance to catch your breath?
Barely, but I really appreciate having a longer lunch break. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sure everybody else did too. So let's go back on the record. We are resuming with questions from Ms. Rubin for the witnesses.
Fantastic. Good afternoon to the panel. I'd like to pick up on some of the questions that I understand were asked this morning regarding flooding. So I'd like to refer the panel to the company's response to EFSB-G-4. This is a request for information about the 2022 sea level rise technical report issued by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And the response references the base flood elevation to protect against sea level rise. Would you please explain why Eversource thinks that the design flood elevation of 23 feet mean lower low water is appropriate?
Yes. Good afternoon. The sea level rise that, the design flood elevation that was chosen, the company feels is appropriate because first off, it has been, it has been heard by the EFSB, examined, people have had a chance to cross-examine, and the decision reflects that. The decisions that are in place reflect that. Secondly, as part of that decision, I believe it's condition Z requires that the company re-examine the sea level rise predictions every 5 years, which will give them plenty of time to react accordingly. Furthermore, there is nothing in the design that would also prevent us from deploying portable flood barriers if necessary. So the company feels that we have chosen a reasonable design flood elevation at this point, and the possibility of making amendments to the station as time goes by and new information comes in exists and can be made closer to when the predictions are.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Please explain what it means to have 4.48 feet of freeboard from a 2070 base flood elevation of 18.52 feet, mean lower low water.
So the 18.52 is, as you said, is the climate ready Boston 1% chance flood elevation with 2020 sea level rise. 24 feet is the lowest equipment elevation level, and that would be the 14 kV switchgear floor. So at that is the point at which the water would start to reach equipment in the station. and that delta is what is defined as the freeboard.
Thank you. And I understand this morning that the company's predictions of sea level rise indicate that the substation will be 3 to 4 feet above the expected sea level rise. Does that consider whether storm surge is added to sea level rise?
That does not consider storm surge because it's an inland or it's an upstream location as opposed to a coastal location.
Please explain further why the current location does not concern you from a storm surge perspective.
It doesn't concern me from a storm surge perspective today, and that doesn't mean that in the future, say 5 years from now, should this be approved, 5 years from now we re-examine it and storm surge becomes concerning, that would be the time that we would react to it. So the company feels we have ample time between today and the first the first scheduled reevaluation, and at that point would reevaluate and make any adjustments that are needed.
How would the company make adjustments in that 5-year timeframe that you just referenced?
Well, depending on what the results showed, we may not have to do anything. It could be that we have to increase wall heights or things of that nature. It would be difficult to speculate. We'd have to see what the studies showed. I know another utility that's located in the Northeast had to harden the station because their initial predictions were exceeded with time, and they went to the point of raising the wall height around the station, as well as putting in under drains and pumping systems, so that if they were needed and any water did get under the wall, they would pump it out. It would be measures that would be similar to that. Again, absent a specific prediction, it would be hard to specify.
Thank you. What is the anticipated length of time that this substation will operate?
The equipment, as has been stated previously, the equipment has a projected life of 40 years, and that's based more or less on industry experience. At some point in time, the equipment will wear out and need to be replaced. That would be an opportunity to address any changes in sea level rise predictions that have surfaced at that time. As far as the life of the station goes, we just retired one, decommissioned one that had been in service for over 100 years. So we consider them to be, permanent or perpetual operations. Maybe not perpetual in the legal sense of the term, but no foreseeable termination date.
Thank you. And you just noted that at some point the company will need to replace equipment. Is that around the 40-year mark or before?
Well, we certainly hope that the equipment will last the full 40-year lifespan. It could go longer than that. Some of the testimony this morning regarded specifically around the transformers, but it extends to other equipment as well that we do. Condition monitoring, and certainly if we see something that says a piece of equipment is appearing that it's in trouble before the 40 years is up, we're either going to try to correct it if it's something that's correctable, and if it can't be, if there's no user serviceable parts, as modern things like to say, we would then have to replace it.
Thank you. What is the average age of Eversource substations through the entire company service territory?
Oh, I don't know. That from my perspective would be a difficult question to answer, because in the case of that station that I mentioned that was just decommissioned, that had been in service for over 100 years, none of the equipment in there was 100 years old. It had been renewed over time. So there's two timelines. There's a timeline when the facility is established, and then there's the age of the equipment. So again, a challenging question to answer specifically.
Can you answer the average age for equipment in the Massachusetts Eversource territory?
I don't have that at my fingertips. I don't have that data available to me at this hearing.
Is that data something that you could produce through a record request?
I believe it is, yes.
Then I would like to make a record request for the average age of Eversource substations throughout the company's service territory in Massachusetts. And if you could break down whether that's original equipment or replacement equipment, that would be very helpful.
I think I understand what you're asking. When you say the age of the substation, are you meaning the date when it first went in service, or the age of the equipment within the substations?
The date upon which it went into service and the age of the equipment in the substation, which I understand would be different, but could be different numbers.
It could be different. And to the extent that we have that data, I understand the record request.
Just a comment though, there's lots of equipment in a substation. I don't think we could do practically speaking, a demographic study on every piece of equipment within the substation. There may be elements that have changed and elements that have not, but there's myriad components within the substation, and to compile all of that information for all substations, I guess, subject to Mr. Hosiko's confirmation, would be an extraordinary exercise.
And I was going to say thank you for clarifying, Mr. Rosenzweig. So what my intention was in answering it was to do it. I believe it's broken down by equipment class, so transformers, circuit breakers, etc.
Yeah, it still could be a very difficult investigation to conduct. But as it relates to this particular site, and specifically in relation to how we arrived at design flood elevation, which I believe is the crux of the question, it's important to recognize that under the most aggressive sea level rise projections, the design flood elevation of 23 feet above MLLW wouldn't affect any equipment until at least 2090, and which is well beyond the service life of the equipment that we're protecting. So I think that might hopefully answer the question that you're really searching for an answer for.
Thank you, Mr. Petersile. I am interested in the date of service. Mr. Zico just testified about a substation that has been around for more than 100 years. And so even if that is the case for 2090, which there's other evidence to the contrary in this docket, that would be within the 100 years. So I think that Mr. Zico's plan to categorize the equipment would meet the needs of our request.
Okay. If I may clarify, Ms. Rubin, the station that I alluded to that said had been in service for over 100 years has since been decommissioned. So that will not show up on the request.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes.
So that will be record request CLF-GR-4.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey. Mr. Zico, I want to just continue on the thread we were talking about moments ago regarding the 5 years that would allow the company to consider whether there is a need to make any adjustments to the substation based on changing data. What is the cost of the future mitigation measures in that 5-year mark?
I guess, Stacy, the question that you may not have intended it the way I heard it, but that would be entirely speculative. It's predicting what we might estimate 5 years from now based on conditions that have not yet materialized. So I think you're asking for the witness to speculate on something on two different levels. It may not be what you were asking, but so I'll let you take another shot at the question or confirm you were actually asking what I objected to.
So are you objecting to the question?
Well, I'm objecting to the question then.
It sounds like Mr. Zico has said that there is going to be a reassessment, which is required by a project change filing condition in the decision to reconsider future changes or mitigation. What are the factors that would be considered in determining the cost of those mitigation measures?
Well, again, it would depend on what the specific mitigation measures were determined at the time, if any, and it would be, based on our whatever our estimating practices happen to be at that particular point in time. Again, we constantly go back. We look at how we've estimated projects, go back and see how they came in, and we do lessons learned and constantly update our estimating methods. So it would be whatever based on whatever the scope turned out to be in the estimating methods in place at the time.
And can you confirm that the $66 million substation cost does not include anticipated future mitigation measures?
That's correct.
Thank you. Sticking with the company's response to EFSB-G-4, the company states that if at any time sea level rise should exceed expectations, the company will deploy portable flood barriers or similar resilience measures until a permanent solution can be achieved. What is the permanent solution referenced here?
The permanent solution would be what we just discussed. It would be, could be a combination of increasing wall heights, increasing equipment heights, increasing the height of sensitive pieces of equipment within the station. So again, depends on specifically what we find at the time.
Thank you. And could that include decommissioning the substation?
That would be highly unlikely and highly speculative. I don't, it would depend on what the load profile looks like at the time. We would have to undertake, even by our own business practices, we would undertake an analysis of what the different options are, the pros, the cons, the cost and difficulty to implement, the impacts to do it, and make a decision from there. So again, it's something that's out in the future, and we would have to make that evaluation at the time.
Thank you. We were just talking about portable flood barriers. How effective are those?
I have not had any personal experience with them. I don't know that we as a company have. From everything that I have seen, I've seen them deploy. I've seen videos of them deployed in actual events, and they seem to do a reasonable job of holding back the water. You may need to deploy some pumps on the inboard side of the portable flood barriers. I mean, nothing is going to create a perfect seal against the weight of water, but I mean, even Hoover Dam has pump out mitigation measures built inside of it. So it could be a combination of those two things.
Does Eversource have staff trained on deploying a portable flood barrier?
I don't know.
Hey, John, I'll just weigh in. We have experience with these in a substation in Stanford, downtown Stanford. we have a flood mitigation, containment system that's actually fairly simple. And when there's ever a risk of a hurricane or flooding, there's a plan in place where gates are closed, and this wall is probably, maybe 4 feet high, something like that, made out of aluminum with sealant. But we have a system fully operational in a substation in Stamford. And as people may or may not know, our substation engineering group is centralized. We don't have engineering groups by state. We have a substation engineering group by Eversource. So we do have in-house expertise on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hallstrom. Has Eversource ever observed a failed portable flood barrier?
I have not.
I have not either.
Nor have I. And if I may add, and maybe Mr. Rosenzweig could correct me if I'm incorrect, but I recall that the portable flood barriers were a topic of maybe a record request in the notice project change. And I think we did provide some information about portable flood barriers and how they're employed and what the current cost of those items would be at that time, just the direct cost of material. I could be wrong, but for some reason I recall that conversation.
Would you be able to direct me to a particular exhibit from the project change filing?
I could search for it while you go on if you like, or we could do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, it can be later. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think you all are more familiar with the project change filing record than I am right now. Approximately how many portable flood barriers are in existence across Eversource's Massachusetts service territory?
I would need to defer to Mr. Hallstrom on that. It's the operations are his responsibility as opposed to mine, which is the engineering.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of our stations having portable flood mitigation in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Are Eversource's flood projections inclusive of FEMA data, Federal Emergency Management Agency data?
Stacy, when you ask the question in terms of Eversource's estimates for flooding, are you referring to the estimates that the company relied on for coming up with the design flood elevation, or are you suggesting whether the company has its own estimates separate from the estimates that were presented in the project change proceeding? I'm not clear what you're referring to.
Yes, I'll ask, has the company done its own independent studies on flooding?
We do have some, they've been looked at from different perspectives, have been within the company.
And those existing studies that Eversource has conducted, does that rely on the use of FEMA data?
I'm not close to those studies, so I don't know.
Is there anyone on the panel familiar with those studies?
I'm not familiar with the other studies. However, for the design flood elevations that we incorporated for this project, the projections that were utilized to come up with that design flood elevation, I believe, were in excess of any FEMA guidance or projections that are available. So in that regard, the design flood elevation is more conservative than any FEMA guidance that was available at the time of the design.
And that's correct. To add to what Mr. Newhall just said, if you refer to table 2 on page 59 of the notice of project change final decision, FEMA is one of the guidelines references that were analyzed, and the flood elevation based on FEMA would have been 17.91 feet, and which is in relation to our design flood elevation of 23 feet. And FEMA's basis is either the 100-year flood elevation plus 3 feet of freeboard, or the 500-year flood elevation is FEMA's guideline.
Thank you. Does the FEMA data incorporate projections for climate change, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. Again, it's one or the other. It's either the 100-year flood elevation plus 3 feet of freeboard, or the 500-year flood elevation. So those are the two data points that FEMA recommends engineering consider when developing a project.
And I'll just add to what Mr. Petersile said. Again, the projections, we utilized projections in the identification and design of the design flood elevation for the substation. So regardless of what FEMA incorporates into their elevations and projections and identification of floodplain limits, the company incorporated sea level rise projections from alternate sources in our design, and those sources basically were, I believe, the same as the 2070 sea level rise projections that were identified in the Bragg report.
Thank you. And Mr. Zico, you mentioned that Eversource has several studies on flooding and sea level rise. Can you describe, to the best of your knowledge, what those studies address?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. I apologize.
So you have testified earlier today about the fact that Eversource has its own flooding studies that it conducted, correct?
I believe I said that we've conducted some, yes.
And can you describe what those studies consider?
They've considered a number of things. They've considered flooding for stations that are near a coastal location, near a river location, or near inland lakes. So I don't know if that's responsive, but that's how I'm interpreting your question.
Ms. Rubin, this is David again. If I could just interject, I'm sorry. I think I found the item of deploying barriers and pumps in the underlying proceeding. It's a footnote 68. It refers to EFSB W, like Walter, 2.
EFSB-W-2?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Zico, has Eversource made those studies publicly available?
I do not believe we have.
Could you provide them for this proceeding if we were to issue a record request?
I'm subject to any motion for protective treatment. I would believe so, yes.
I would have to confer with Mr. Zico and others as if there's some confidential or CEI type of material in there, but to the extent the studies exist, we will compile them and see what can be made available.
Thank you. So I'd like to issue a record request for the studies that Mr. Zico has referenced that Eversource completed regarding flooding.
That would be record request CLF-GR-5.
Ms. Sharkey and Ms. Rubin, if I could just interject a reference to the earlier proceedings. I believe there may be a responsive record request that could answer at least part of Ms. Rubin's question that I think is contained in record request EFSB-17 from the project change proceeding. And the general description of that was the flood mitigation measures that were installed by Con Ed at the 12th Street substation or 13th Street substation scaled to the East Boston project proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for that citation. That's terrific. I think there will be some responsive materials that go beyond that to this record request.
Just want to make sure we don't overlook what's already in the record.
Excellent, thank you. What is the probability that the substation, if approved and constructed, would see 1 feet of water at the base of the substation in 2050?
Can you state your question again, Ms. Rubin?
I can. What is the probability that the substation, if approved and operated, will see 1 foot of water at the base of the substation in 2050?
So I, with all due respect, I think to be able to do that analysis or that math would require some additional parameters to be assumed, like sea level rise, emissions, many other factors might play into that study and that what if study. I'm sorry.
And is it fair to say that Eversource has not conducted that study as you've just described it, Mr. Petersello?
Again, for this instant substation proposal, the referenced table that I've described a few months ago, and this topic actually came up earlier, it identifies a variety of guidelines from a variety of agencies or authorities that were utilized in the design flood elevation determination for this instant substation. And I think under the underlying proceeding, it was agreed or decided upon that all of Eversource's efforts to make sure that it's protecting its own valuable equipment were more than sufficient based on the time horizon predicated. And additionally, with condition Z, it offers the opportunity for Eversource, in conjunction with the siting board, to monitor real sea level rise and projections in 5-year increments to determine if any future mitigation or remediation it would be necessary. So I think a lot of this has already been well defined and debated, and a reasonable solution for this concern has been adopted by the siting board.
And just to add to what Mr. Petersall said, so the design flood elevation is based on being able to withstand the 500-year storm with sea level rise projections for 2070. So for 1 foot of water to be in that substation in 2050 would be extremely low potential chance, to the point that it'd be, certainly less than 1%, less than 0.1% even. Again, these are just based on the existing calculations we've done using assumed sea level rise projections out to 2070. For 1 foot of water to be within the substation at 2050, that would require a completely separate set of sea level rise projections to be incorporated into the design, which I don't believe that there is any, records or research that's out in the public, realm at this time that would, that even kind of considers that much sea level rise at 2050, even with a 500-year storm or something to that effect.
And regardless, even taking for a moment into consideration that utmost chance of that occurring, based on the current design flood elevation of the foundation equipment, 1 foot is even less than the freeboard that we've considered. So there would be no detrimental impact to health and safety or the environment provided. And I think that's really the underlying question is, has the design considered health, safety, and the environment adequately?
Thank you. I just want to talk about impacts if that sort of, unlikely scenario, as you've just characterized it, Mr. Petersile, were to happen. If there is a storm surge or sea level rise leading to 2 feet of water on the substation property, what would be the risk to the substation?
So stormwater, you mean like a rain event?
Correct.
Okay, so rain events were also categorized separately and analyzed separately. And I can find that information if you give me a moment. And so while it's on page 62, the stormwater management analysis is described in the notice of project change starting on page 62. And fundamentally, the conclusion that was adopted was that no stormwater runoff from the substation would create or exacerbate any risk of flooding to the neighborhood.
Sorry, fundamentally, the conclusion adopted was that no stormwater.
The substation design incorporates features which are stormwater detention basins and reintroduction of captured stormwater to the groundwater. And the fact that the station only minimally incorporates impervious materials in the form of the foundations, the vast majority of the substation is pervious by the virtue of the surface being trap rock. And therefore, no stormwater runoff from the substation would create or exacerbate the risk of flooding. And the stormwater design is developed in accordance with the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook and the Boston Water and Sewer requirements. And that site plan design was submitted to the Boston Water Sewer Commission for review, and their approval was granted.
And just to add to that, that design was also reviewed under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act Notice of Intent filing for compliance with the Massachusetts Stormwater Standards.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to some questions about safety. We heard during the public hearing, public comments regarding residents' lack of trust in Eversource's safety record. That was also captured in the Green Roots and CLF community panel witness testimony that I'd like to turn you to. That is CLF-GR-JW-SAN. Little bit of alphabet soup there. And in particular, I'd like to turn to page 7, lines 15 to 21.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the alphabet soup?
I can. CLF -GR -RB -JW -SAN. This is a community panel of witnesses that include 2 staff from Green Roots and an East Boston resident.
Okay, I'm having trouble locating that one, so hopefully someone else on the panel has located it and could respond.
I'm in the process of locating it.
Could you hold on just 1 minute, please? Okay, thank you.
Can we just hold on until each of the witnesses is able to locate that document?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Should be part of the set of the pre-filed testimony that Ms. Rubin filed in the proceeding.
If it helps, the document is labeled panel testimony final.pdf.
Yes, I have, speaking for myself, I have that in front of me. If you could kindly direct me to the specific citation within it.
Yeah, same here. I have like 5 different files: Chi testimony, Edwards testimony, Luna, then
This is
panel
the-
testimony, and Stanton testimony.
This is the panel testimony.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn to page 7. Lines 15 through 21.
Starting with additionally on December 2nd.
That is
I'm
correct.
sorry, I didn't understand that. Starting with,
Additionally, on
December 2nd. Okay.
Before you start, Stacy, can I just confirm whether Mr. Newhall has been able to locate the document? He looks like he's still searching, but I can't tell.
I have been able to locate it and am reading it. Thank you.
Okay. Could they just have a moment to read those lines before you commence your questioning?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the question?
I have read the passage that you directed us to.
Thank you. This section is referencing a fire at a multifamily home on Marginal Street in Chelsea that was sparked by an Eversource utility pole malfunction on December 2nd, 2021. Are you familiar with this incident?
I am not. I know where Marginal Street is. I am not familiar with this incident.
Same with myself. I'm familiar with Marginal Street, having worked throughout Chelsea, but I'm not familiar with this particular incident.
And I recall hearing about this in the news, but I am not familiar with this particular location, and that's all I can attest to on that.
AC, this particular incident would probably be better addressed by Craig Holstrom, myself, or Aaron Engstrom, as we're probably more familiar with it.
Yeah, I know some about the incident.
Would you please share, Mr. Hallstrom and Ms. Bowden, what you know about the incident?
Well, I know that we have we have a pole located out on the street, and that pole over time shifted towards the building, and it made contact at some point. Now, whether the conductor failed on the pole or something happened, it did make contact with at least after the fault or during the fault, it made contact with the building.
And Ms. Bowden, do you have anything to add?
That's the extent of what I know as well.
Thank you. And the testimony here references that the homeowner of that building on Marginal Street had been submitting complaints to Eversource starting in 2017. How did the company respond to those calls from that homeowner?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that level of detail.
Is the company aware as to whether residents were displaced from the fire in this incident?
I just have to ask what the relevance is to this proceeding, which has only underground lines, and the station itself is set off with 25-foot walls from sort of passersby and not in proximity to any homes. I take it, Stacey, you're not just trying to raise concerns that have nothing to do with this project. So what's the purpose of doing this type of examination?
The purpose is that the company has had numerous incidents, this being one, that resulted in detrimental impacts to residents of Chelsea due to Eversource distribution infrastructure. So I'm trying to examine how the company responded to that incident and how that could be relevant to the substation.
Yeah, I don't see the relevance of that incident to this substation, unless you can tie it together.
This is all part of Eversource's distribution infrastructure, and the company is proposing to add to that infrastructure through this proceeding. It is all a connect.
I believe that Ms. Rubin started off by talking about issues with regard to the level of trust that residents had in communicating with the company regarding safety issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, I mean, I can speak in general. I mean, this was a very unfortunate incident. It's something that we work really hard to prevent these types of incidents. Certainly we're not looking to, cause suffering on our customers. I do know somewhere in our testimony, we did talk a little bit about the difference between substations and distribution out on the street, and that, the distribution out on the street is subject to more environmental type, conditions, vehicles hitting poles, snow plows hitting poles, those types of things, versus a substation that is very, very self-contained. If we could, I'd love to have our people go look at every single pole once a month out on the street, but that just isn't practical. In our substations, as I talked about this morning, we visit every substation at least once a month, and we have sophisticated remote monitoring back to our control center. So, it's really hard to compare our overhead distribution system that is just many more miles. Like I say, it's subject to more environmental conditions. So it's hard to say that we had a pole that somehow came in contact with the building and caused a bad outcome, to then say, well, a substation isn't safe. I think we've talked to great lengths why our substations are safe. And I think there's just a lot of evidence, that over time that shows our substations are safe. So this was not a good situation for us. It's something that, like I say, that we work really hard to prevent. It doesn't happen that often or very often. Again, I just think that one incident doesn't mean our substations are unsafe.
So, Ms. Rubin, I can't speak to this specific incident, but I can talk a little bit about, as the community relations representative for the city of Boston, how I handle these kind of incidences and complaints when they come in. And I receive leaning poles or just different things, whether it's a billing concern. I take those and I direct them to the appropriate subject matter experts within Eversource, and I kind of bird dog them as they flow through the different channels, and I follow up with whoever I receive them from the city of Boston as I watch them go through from beginning to execution. And so, again, as Mr. Hallstrom stated, this one was unfortunately an event that possibly could have been prevented. We don't know. We just don't know here. But in most cases, we're watching these, we're responding to complaints, we're working with the residents, we're working with the municipalities from start to finish, making sure that these are closed out and that loop we're following up from start to finish. And that's what I do on a daily basis. That's what my colleagues do on a daily basis. We have community relations representatives who represent each community in our operating footprint from Massachusetts to New Hampshire to Connecticut. And we're all doing this on a daily basis. We're recording it, we're following it, we're following up depending on who it is. I know the city of Boston is a little bit different from other communities where they have many different folks who could be reaching out. So whether that's ONS, the mayor's office, whether it's Public Works on a speed bump or a pothole or something like that, I'm constantly following up and reaching back out and closing these loops. And so this is something that we do day in and day out, and we're not letting concerns of constituents go without being heard or without follow-up. We are following up constantly.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden. Would you say it is likely that Eversource followed up directly with this homeowner at Marginal Street in Chelsea after the incident?
Our community relations specialist was on site that morning and spoke with the homeowner.
Thank you. And was there a broader communication from the company to additional ratepayers about this incident?
To other people who live in the building, what ratepayers and how broad? I guess I don't know what that means.
Well, again, we heard testimony at the public hearing about the lack of trust in Eversource's public safety record. This is one example, and I'm trying to understand how the company may have addressed this. I'm sure that people were concerned beyond those who just live in the building.
I'm not aware of any broad communications. I mean, I think Nicole, Erin, I'm sure we spoke with the leadership of the community.
Yeah, I was not covering the city of Chelsea at that time, but I'm certain that communications were held with the municipality, with the leadership of Chelsea. I cannot speak to whether or not the community had some sort of formal communication go out to them, but definitely the leadership within the community.
Thank you. And my last set of questions are just about, I understand this morning there was some discussion about environmental justice, plans and policies. Does Eversource have its own environmental justice policy?
So, Ms. Rubin, as we reviewed this morning with Mr. O'Brien, we are in the process of creating, I suppose you would say, like a written policy. However, our day in and day out, we are striving to adhere and exceed the state's current written policy for environmental justice approaches and otherwise.
Thank you. And can the company define environmental justice?
I guess that's a little bit broad. Do you want the state's definition or?
I'm very familiar with the state definition. I'd like to know what is Eversource's definition or whether that matches the state.
So again, what we try to do is, and we too are very familiar with the state's definition of environmental justice. And what we strive to do day in and day out in our work is to not only meet, but exceed the expectations set by the state through communications, through how we go about our work day in and day out, through outreach and working to get meaningful feedback from members of neighborhoods and communities. And so hopefully that helps provide some insight.
Thank you, Ms. Barica. Is it fair to say that the outreach and meaningful feedback that you just described would be a procedural component of environmental justice?
Maybe you can help me understand what exactly you mean by a procedural component.
That is a process that the company is taking in order to contribute to environmental justice. Is that
Yes,
fair?
I would say that it's a process we are taking, and I would say even beyond just a process, it's what we're trying to instill in our day in and day out work, not just tactical.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that there are also substantive components of environmental justice that would result from changes due to the meaningful feedback that the company receives?
Erin, were you gonna, I'm sorry. I
was just
thought you
gonna
said
say,
you
yeah.
were gonna say something. Go right ahead.
No, yes, and I think, Ms. Rubin, in regards to this case specifically, and to Ms. Barica's point, we see, equity as a journey and incorporating environmental justice into that journey. And I think one of the things that we try to do is learn from all of our projects that we have and take the feedback that we've received from the communities and other stakeholders to further advance, our equity and environmental justice framework.
Has the company learned any lessons from the several years of proceedings with this facility?
I would say so, yes.
Thank you. How does the company link the meaningful input to assessment of cumulative impacts of its proposed or actual operations?
So, Ms. Rubin, I think one way that we can we have been demonstrating that is through our community benefits agreement, which was discussed in detail on, I think it was Monday, going back in the week here. So, as we discussed there, that broad package, for lack of a better term, of benefits was derived through working collaboratively with members of the Eagle Hill community. That package of benefits is not Eversource's ideas. Those are the community's ideas. So that's one, in my opinion, meaningful and substantive outcome of understanding and providing benefits back to the Eagle Hill community.
And
Oh, go ahead, Ms. New.
I'll just also add to that obviously the new climate change roadmap law that was recently signed into effect in the Commonwealth, directs EEA agencies to incorporate those measures into their actions and regulatory frameworks. And And as it currently stands, those are being looked at and considered for certain air quality permits, none of which are required for the proposed substation, as well as the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act through projects that are required to file environmental notification forms if their environmental impacts reach a specific threshold limit for certain criteria. This project as proposed was also not required to undergo that analysis just due to the minimization of environmental impacts for the proposed substation. So in that regard, I guess I just want to make it known that, there are requirements to do that assessment, and those are going to be part of the sort of regulatory framework of certain state agencies. At this time, that was not a requirement, though, as part of the analysis that we've had to do on the study. And again, it's because the environmental impacts are so minimal for the substation. It didn't rise to the level where we had to, really consider cumulative impacts, because again, in and of itself, the project is a minimal impact project.
And just to add, Ms. Rubin, to what Mr. Newhall said, we use the roadmap to also help us in terms of, guiding our overall Eversource framework regarding how we deal with environmental justice communities and our equity framework. And I think one of the things that's important to note is that while the roadmap law is applicable to the EEA and its agencies, we've encompassed a lot of what that roadmap says in part of what we do as a company and how we do our outreach to environmental justice communities to ensure that they feel part of the process. I'll just have Ms. Bowden, just touch on one other point about what we as a corporation have as far as our pro-equity advisory team.
Absolutely. Thanks, Erin. So back in September, we kicked off our pro-equity advisory team. We have 15 members throughout the company, all different backgrounds, different genders, nationalities, ethnicities. And our pro-equity advisory team, we're industry leading. So this is a first of its kind across all utilities. We're laser focused on operationalizing equity throughout our operating footprint. In doing that, we've developed 4 core strategies. We've looked at foundational equity work. We looked at equity versus equality, and I know that's a big thing where folks don't really understand what that means. And whenever I start to talk about this, I got this from the woman that's heading up our pro-equity team. We talk about a heel, and I'll say this very quickly. You can give everyone a shoe, but if you give everyone a size 7, high heel shoe, that's great. Everyone has a shoe, but everyone's foot doesn't fit that high heel, red size 7 shoe. So it's equal. We all have a shoe, but it's not equity. And so we want to remember that as we're going out to the communities. And that is the message that every single person throughout Eversource is receiving, whether they are in the call center, on a distribution group, a Trebleman, or if they're Craig Hallstrom, president of electric operations. This is the message that we're delivering from the bottom up, from the top down, that we want to be an equity-driven company with an equitable foundation. We have our guiding principles, and we also have KPIs, which are very difficult to develop to measure how we're doing with this. And so it's not something that, it's just an initiative. This is something that we're living and breathing, a safety culture. In the morning, we just don't want to talk about how are we safe today? We want to look around these neighborhoods and say, let's talk about this neighborhood. What are some points here that we want to make sure that we're paying specific attention to? We saw this single mom leaving her house, pushing a stroller. Make sure that it's safe for her to push that stroller coming down the street. These are things that we want people to become second nature, that the minute you look around these neighborhoods, you're able to point those kind of things out, and that you're actually having empathy and sympathy for folks, and that you're understanding that everyone has a different background, and that you're feeling that different background, and you're working in a way that's committed to doing good work in those communities and in a way that everybody can understand. And we just, together we'll work through systematic biases and challenges and hold each other accountable at an Eversource level and in the community. So, see something, say something. We hear it all the time on the T. If people are seeing that Eversource is not holding on to this kind of pro equity that we're pushing throughout the company, we want people to say, hey, remember, you're pushing this equity standard and you want to make sure that you're in this community doing the best for the community. Hopefully I got all that in and it wasn't too much.
And by KPI, do you mean key performance indicators, Ms. Bowden?
Yes.
Thank you. And at what point?
I'm just going to chime in there. We're in the process of developing KPIs, key performance indicators.
At what point will the company propose the key performance indicators?
I would say that they would be probably finalized after we finalize our, which is what in draft form now, our draft equity framework. So we're still waiting to get additional feedback from additional stakeholders, as we want to be as inclusive as possible to our overall equity framework. So I don't think it would make sense to have KPIs until that's finalized.
At what point will the company respond and consider community input when there is a large number of voices saying that they don't want to see infrastructure in their community?
I think these are the courageous conversations that we need to have. The city of Boston has, and not just the city, but everywhere, they have these aggressive electrification goals. And I think that these are conversations that people just don't understand. We can do all these clean energy, different types of projects, but on the back end, you also need things like substations that we're talking about here today to make it happen. We say that, you know, solar can't run like Wi-Fi. It just doesn't run through the air. You need a channel to bring that through to make it work. And as many of the clean energy initiatives that we're pushing through, the wind, the solar, the battery, you still need these other infrastructures to make those things work. And so it's the courageous conversations that we need to have understanding on both sides.
Is it part of Eversource's equity framework to allow people to have a say about what energy infrastructure is in their community?
It is Eversource's goal to have conversations about the needs, the electrical needs in these communities, and how we meet those needs. The Eversource, as the electric provider, understands the needs, and we can have those conversations and talk about the routing and talk about the need and where these different kind of infrastructure, you know, can go. But the community, because they don't have access to, you know, in this case, capacity constraints and those kind of things, the overgrowing development that's happening in all of these different communities, you know, they don't have access to the land plots that there's no place to put solar farms, you know, in East Boston. We just don't have it. And so there are conversations that can be had, but we all have to come in with a clear understanding that things might not necessarily, I want to say this correctly, things can't always go exactly how folks would want it, because there are constraints to it and need to be met, and a lot of those needs are, you know, not what people would love to see. Everybody wants to see solar and that's it. And that, again, like I just stated previously, you need the other infrastructure to make that work.
Yeah, and I would add, this is what this process is all about. I mean, as Meredith and Nicole spoke, we like to educate people. We try to inform people about the needs, about the benefits, about the why. But in some cases, people just don't want infrastructure. And it's not just this substation, it's all types of infrastructure. So we communicate, we try to educate, we try to show the need. And then, you know, it gets to a point where we go to, go through a process like this, and we continue the dialogue, and we continue to provide evidence of benefits, safety, the why, and an impartial group ultimately decides. Because at the end of the day, although you may not want the substation in your neighborhood, not having it in the neighborhood is a bigger risk to your health, environment, the prosperity of your community, and a bigger decision has to be made.
And I would just add, Ms. Rubin, to tack on to Mr. Hallstrom and Ms. Bowden's notes. I think, again, we are a public service provider, and we have an obligation to make sure every neighborhood that Eversource serves, we're doing it in a way that we can continue to provide safe, reliable energy. And I believe I was looking for one of the answers, but there is a table dating back to 2014 when we began these conversations with the community about this process and about the need for this substation. And while we acknowledge that the community itself is unhappy with this particular location, it has already been approved on two different occasions. And what we strive to do when we're trying to solve an electrical problem is work with the community to say, how can we make this the best possible solution to work for your neighborhood? And I believe that we've striven to do that throughout, I think we're going on 8 years of this process, even though, you know, not everybody is content with the outcome.
Is Eversource the best entity to identify East Boston's community needs and benefits?
Well, we work with our partners in the community who live in the neighborhood, who are embedded in the neighborhood, to help us understand what their needs and perspectives are. Nicole, did you want to chime in?
I was, before we got to that question, I was just going to say, you know, whatever happens with this project, whether we construct it or whatever happens, Eversource will still be in East Boston. I'm still going to be a face that all of these folks will at some point reach out to. I still want to maintain these relationships with the John Walkies of the world, with Roseanne, with all of these different folks. And so our goal is to not be adversarial. We want to partner day in and day out. We want to continue having relationships. We want to build them and make them stronger. We want to make sure that we're finding common ground, and we want to have conversations where everybody's at the table. We want to put the need of different electrical needs out there and have constructive conversations on how we meet those needs. And we can explain to folks, you know, this is how we would typically meet this need, and here's why, where folks can give us some feedback and say, well, what about this idea? We want to get to that point where we can have those conversations and it's not adversarial.
Thank you, Ms. Bowden and Ms. Barica. Ms. Barica, you mentioned partners in the community that you work with. Who are your partners in the community?
Well, we have been actively working with the Eagle Hill Civic Association and the Salesian Boys and Girls Club. We have a partner in Eagle Hill specifically. We also work closely with Friends of the Boston Harbor Walk. I know they have a section of the Harbor Walk in East Boston and in other areas throughout the city, alongside the municipalities, and really working on outreach with individuals as well who live in the neighborhoods that we serve.
And I would also add the East Boston Community Health Center, as well as the Office of Neighborhood Services representative from East Boston.
How many Eversource full-time equivalent positions are devoted to environmental justice issues?
I would say environmental justice comes up across multiple departments throughout our organization every day.
Is there any person at Eversource who has a specific allocation of their FTE devoted to environmental justice issues?
Yes.
And how many of those people are there?
We have Well, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think to Erin's point, we might have to come back to you on that. I don't know, Erin,
Yeah.
if you were going to.
I mean, we
say the
could
same.
yeah, I think that we may have, you know, certain people specifically devoted just to environmental justice, but again, environmental justice spans across multiple departments that we have every day in our decision making and inform how we make our decisions and how we interact with our communities every day. So I think that, to be fair, we would also need to take portions of everybody else's time across the company that adds up to what we do every day for environmental justice.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
In that case, I'm wondering if this might be an appropriate place to take a short break. I know that Mr. Wong has questions for the company's witnesses.
Thank you. Yes.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 2:15.
Thanks, David.
Mr. Zico?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
While we were on break, I had some technical difficulties. I am attempting to get my video restarted. I just want to check in to make sure that my audio is working.
Your audio is working. Thank you.
Okay.
Why don't we go back on the record? Mr. Wong, do you have questions for the witnesses today?
Yes, Ms. Sharkey. And to start, I just want to give a warning that my internet connection has been a little choppy this afternoon, so please bear with me if I drop off at some point. Okay. Hi. So I'm gonna start off with a general question. I'd like to refer the company to its response to information request EFSB-G-2, and let me know when you've gotten there. And I'd like to state that my question's directed at the entire panel. It's not going to be directed at everyone. So whoever has an answer to the questions, please feel free to chime in.
I've got the information up and ready.
Yep. Okay. So to start with, I just would like confirmation from the company as to whether the 3 Design Act described.
I'm sorry, Wayne. I'm just getting a few words.
It's reverbing a little bit, so.
Okay, I'll try to speak slow. Could the company confirm whether the 3 design changes and reference to the Roadmap Act described in its response to be the extent of design changes to the substation, as well as the context for which the substation proceeding exists? Sorry, that's a long sentence. So could the company just confirm that, to its knowledge, these are the substantive changes to the project and the context with which the project exists since the last filing?
Regarding construction specifically?
Yep. So that there's 2 parts to this question. It's one with regard to the substation design, and the other is whether there's any external context, like such as the Roadmap Act, have changed in the interim as well.
You mean that the Roadmap Act precipitated the design changes? Is that what you're
No,
asking?
No, so I'm trying, so maybe I'll ask this in a different way. The reason for this question is I don't want to re-ask things with regard to the substation design that we've already litigated in the previous case. So I'm trying to see if there's any changes since then besides the one mentioned here with which I can have additional questions on. And in addition to that, since the last proceeding, the company referenced the Roadmap Act, which is a change in the circumstance around the proceeding with which it could change what's in the proceeding. So I'm also asking if there's any other such context changes that the company might know about that I should think about asking.
Mr. Wong, could I just suggest to make the answer easier for getting the conversation going, that we first focus, if the company could and the company witnesses could, on any design elements of the substation that have occurred since the siting board approved the project in the project change proceeding in February of last year. Would that be a fair place to start?
I'm reading the transcript because I dropped out a little bit, but I think yes. So we can segment it into first the design element changes and then the second part of the question. Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig.
So in response to the first part of the question, the items identified in bullets A, B, and C in the response to EFSB G2 are the three items that have changed from a design perspective since the notice project change decision.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
And I would just add to that, Mr. Wong, that the other item in terms of design is maybe quite literally the design of what will become the substation enclosure. And I know we've talked about it as set forth by the board in condition U, and we will continue to work with the neighborhood until that is finalized.
And Mr. Wang, to answer the second part of your question related to the Roadmap Act, are you essentially asking if there's been any regulatory changes since the previous decisions that would more or less affect this project?
Yes, excluding the Roadmap Act, because you've already referenced the Roadmap Act.
Right. So to answer that, I would say none that I'm aware of. There have been no regulatory changes proposed that would require additional review under other regulatory frameworks as as they relate back to not only the Roadmap Act, but any other recent regulatory changes, at least that I'm aware of for the project. So to answer your question in a single word, no.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start with the first bullet point A, which is about the condition T of the final decision for the Eversource 2021 decision. And can the company confirm if there are any visual renderings of this proposed concrete wall plus fiberglass fence in the record?
I believe there are.
Thank you. I had thought that there was, but I couldn't bring it up. Do you have the reference at hand?
If you give me a minute, Mr. Wang, I think I can find it for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
While Ms. Berica's looking that up, a separate question. the company earlier had talked about the facade design as part of condition U as being an additional change. Does that community input process also apply to this 12-foot concrete wall plus 13-foot fiberglass fence?
So I would have to say no, because this particular northern wall section was required under the notice project change for perceived security conversation, not for aesthetics purposes. So this portion of that northern boundary was already defined. That, I guess, the only thing that could be altered and would be non-structural would be what it looked like from an aesthetics perspective. For example, if and I think one of the renderings that were being proposed that the community was considering was adding some greenery to the wall as a visual buffer. But the actual requirement for the 12-foot concrete wall with 13-foot fiberglass fence on top, what that actually
12-foot what?
12-foot concrete wall with a 13-foot fiberglass fence on top along the northern portion of the substation site. Where that predicated from was that total 25-foot height matched the 25-foot high transformer enclosure on the north face and west face of the substation. And the decision was to just extend it for the full length of the northern property line, in consideration that the grades on the other side, on the City of Boston property, were such that there was like a hill, a knoll, that, you know, there could be a potential that someone could, you know, potentially run and make a leap and scale the wall. So the wall was made higher and for the full length of that northern property line.
And I'm sorry, were you done, Mr. Peter Sile?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Mr. Wong, I can direct you to BRG-E-6 (1). So this is a series of communications that were sent out to members of the focus group. And within there are renderings of the design. Now, is it the wall you're wondering about is my question? It's the side you're wondering about.
So it'd be the view from the urban wild looking south is one I think Mr. Wang is interested in.
That's right, Mr. Peter Sile.
So
Ms.
if you,
Barica, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say page 54 might give you a snapshot of what you're after.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's sort of half off.
Yeah. But we can certainly get you all the sides as they're rendered.
Is that possible?
Mhm.
Are you saying that? Okay.
Yes, that's no problem at all.
Could I ask for that, please? As a record request?
So could you just repeat what we're asking for, Mr. Wong? And then we'll record it as a record request for the transcript.
Okay, so to maybe make this record request more inclusive, I would like to ask for the visual renderings of the external walls or facades that are visible by the public of the substation.
So that would be record request EFSB 11.
Thank you. And I'm seeing the picture that Ms. Berica was referring to, and also Mr. Peter Sal had talked about this, about suggestions for greenery as the buffer. Could I ask Mr. Peter Sal, you might have said this, but could I ask who or through what process a request for this additional buffer was made?
Go ahead, Meredith.
I can probably take that one, and then David, if you want to fill in any of the gaps. So the green wall, if you will, the living wall is in particular on the side of the urban wild, was a suggestion that came from one of the focus groups that we held. So we included that in one of the options. So it was from the residents.
And it hasn't been definitively selected by the residents yet. It's just one option that they wanted to see what it would look like. So we had the architects
render it,
present that and show them what it would look like, and even give them photographs of other facilities and other places that have similar installations and what it would really look like, and what type of maintenance requirements it would be required, and what it would even look like in different seasons, that sort of thing. We're trying to be very descriptive in fulfilling the residents' requests in that regard.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. And just to be clear, the focus groups referred to by Ms. Berica are the ones related to fulfilling condition U of the previous proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So moving on to the next bullet point on the page, the first page of EFSB-G-2. This is, I'm going to refer to the shifting of the underground stormwater basin. Okay, so really quickly, could someone confirm that the shifted stormwater basin is still within the site controlled by Eversource? And if there is a drawing that confirms that, or sorry, strike that. Could the company just confirm that the shifted stormwater basin is still within the site as controlled by Eversource?
Yes.
Thank you. So the company and
Are you frozen, Wayne?
May have lost his connection.
Just started raining very hard on the South Shore, so it could be weather related.
Donna, do you want to go off the record for a moment to see if he can restore his connection?
Yeah, why don't we go off the record briefly, please?
can you hear me now?
Back
so
on the
sorry.
record. Thank you, Wade.
I'm not on the South Shore, but I'm close-ish.
Mr. Wong, could you repeat your last question just so we are back in sync?
Yep. So this shifting of the stormwater basin was because of a request by Mass DEP. Is that correct?
This is Chris Newhall. Yes, that's correct. The initial drawing that we had for the project showed the stormwater basin, I guess, closer towards the middle of the site, which is further south, through Boston Water and Sewer Commission review. I think they had requested that the basin be moved closer towards a test pit that had been done on site to confirm infiltration rates. That move had been processed within the engineering design. However, it was not consistent with the previous design that had been submitted to the Boston Conservation Commission under the Wetlands Protection Act filing and the ordinance, the Boston City Ordinance for Wetlands Protection. So therefore, we moved it back just outside of the wetland buffer zone, such that it wouldn't be a change in condition for the Wetlands Protection Act notice of intent proceedings.
I think we may have lost Mr. Long again. Why don't we go off the record for a minute?
Perhaps he wants to call in.
Yeah, he's going to, actually, he's just going to take a moment and reset his router. So if we just take a short break, he should be able to do that, which will improve his connection.
Sure. Ms. Sharkey, are we on the record or off the record right now?
We're off the record right
Okay.
now.
Oh, thank you. Should we hang in there presently, or are we saying taking a 5 or 10 minute break?
Yeah, I think take a 5 or 10 minute break would probably, I know we just, doesn't seem that long, but we might as well. So why don't we come back at quarter of.
Yep, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
hope this works now. I'm plugged into a wall.
Okay, why don't we go back on the record then?
Thank you. I was reading Mr. Newhall's response, during which I dropped out. Okay, so with regard to the changing back to the previous design, is Boston Water and Sewer Commission, have they expressed that they are in agreement with the old design now?
Let me just clarify by responding first that we didn't change back to the original design, but we changed to a design that was that would locate that underground infiltration basin within our test pit, where we took the infiltration rates such that it would be it would meet the Boston Water and Sewer Commission's conditions.
And to add to what Mr. Newhall said, I think, yes, Boston Water Sewer Commission has approved the site plan, which includes a stormwater design and analysis based on the current location of the infiltration basin, which is outside of the buffer zone.
Thank you, Mr. Petersile.
If I could just interject for a minute, Mr. Wong.
Go ahead.
Does the company need to renew the site plan that was filed with the Boston Water and Sewer Commission? To your knowledge?
So normally there's a 12-month period from which a site plan review approval has been granted to the time that applicant needs to submit a GSA, a general services application, which is the application for actual service connections, be it, sewer, storm drainage, or water. And for this instant project, there's no sanitary sewer requirement, so it's only water and stormwater connection. We did file that GSA application within that 12-month period. Regardless, we recognize that there's a 12-month period per their policies. So we did notify Boston Water Sewer Commission of our request to extend that granting for another 12 months procedurally.
And have you received a response from Boston Water and Sewer regarding that request?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. So final question on this. In the information request response, the company stated that the plans for this facility, inclusive of this change in location of the stormwater basin, was approved by Mass DEP. Could you confirm that that form of approval came from looking at an updated site plan?
That's correct.
Yes.
Through the superseding order of conditions proceedings, we submitted an updated site plan to the DEP so that they could confirm that it wasn't a material change for their review. And they referenced that updated drawing set in their superseding order of conditions.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next bullet point, which references an additional street tree on Condor Street. And this was also sort of shown in the options for the facade image that Ms. Barica had referenced earlier. Does the company, keeping in mind that the final design hasn't been chosen or finalized for that matter, will the company be able to come up with a description or just a number of the additional trees that it intends on planting?
So yes, I'll give you a little history on how the street trees came to be. When we initially went to Conservation Commission, the Conservation Commission engaged a meeting at City Hall with Eversource, Conservation Commission, Boston Parks and Recreation Department, Boston Planning and Development Authority, and Boston Facilities Department to see if Eversource was willing to provide additional improvements outside of its own property, and specifically greenery. So those discussions culminated in a landscape plan that Eversource developed, which included additional landscaping on the City of Boston property north of Eversource's property, as well as the inclusion of street trees along the public way of Condor Street. Now, the street trees really fall under the jurisdiction of Department of Public Works as it falls under the Public Improvement Commission. And the street trees, by virtue of the addition of street trees, it also required that a strip of land that is Eversource's land be conveyed in an easement to the City of Boston as a sidewalk easement, because now the street trees encroached upon the pedestrian travel width of the sidewalk. So during that process, where a specific improvement plan was created and submitted to the Public Improvement Commission for their review and approval, when that plan was reviewed again by Boston Parks and Recreation Department, and then specifically by the Chief Landscape Architect, Liza Meyer, she requested if it was possible to add an additional tree. And we studied that in relation to where the street lighting was, and where the curb cut was, and where the fire hydrant is, et cetera. And we determined, yes, we could fit one more tree in. And the design was revised to add one more street tree and then resubmitted to the Public Improvement Commission. And that's where it's stalled right now.
Thank you, Mr. Petersall.
And just to be clear, Mr. Petersall, these are separate from the tree plantings that are addressed as part of the community benefits agreement?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And realizing that this EFSB-G-2 is additive to what's been described before, is there a previous description of these trees with which this new tree is added to?
I'm not clear on, you mean on the species of tree? Is that what
No.
you're asking about, or?
No. So, Mr. Petersall, you had referred to street trees that would be planted on Eversource property, which would become an easement for. So it sounds like there's multiple street trees. There's only one reference here in addition. So
No, I'm sorry. I didn't maybe I misled you. There's no trees on Eversource property. The trees are on City of Boston public way. Okay, it's on the sidewalk is the City of Boston's public way, and the street trees go just behind the curb line. But when you plant a tree, they have a tree grate, and then that area then is impassable by a pedestrian. So now the required minimum width of sidewalk has to be measured from not the curb any longer, but from the back of that street tree grate away from the street. And that required Eversource then to convey some of Eversource's property to the city so they could utilize it as sidewalk width. So there's no trees on Eversource property. All the trees are on City of Boston property.
Let me try it this way, Mr. Petersall. Are The trees that Mr. Wong is discussing, which are characterized as street trees, are those reflected on landscaping plans that were provided, even though they're not per se on Eversource property?
Correct. They're portrayed in two locations on a landscape plan, as well as the specific repair plan that's submitted to the Public Improvement Commission, which is one of the 13 permits that are the subject of this proceeding.
I'm sorry, did you say specific repair plan?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petersau. And referring back to Ms. Sharkey's question about the tree plantings, could I just understand to the extent which trees? So there's trees that are planted on the northern end of the site, and those are not street trees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the trees that are on the Condor Street side, all of those trees would be street trees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And forgive me for not knowing this, but who would be planting the trees on the Condor Street side?
Eversource would utilize a service contractor to plant those trees. You know, a landscape contractor would furnish and install those trees per City of Boston standards.
Thank you. And then once the trees are planted, it would come under the purview of a city forester or something like that. Is that correct?
Correct. I'd have to go back and look at there's a licensed maintenance agreement between Eversource and the city. I'd have to go back and review it if it relates at all to the street trees. It may, maybe someone else in the panel might have better recollection of that maintenance agreement. Maybe not. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Petersall, do you mind asking that question again?
Yes, the part of the PIC submission included that license maintenance agreement that was submitted to Todd Liming along with all the PIC documents. I can find it on my computer and see if it included any language as far as maintenance of the trees. But the tree species I know were selected in concert with Parks Department, and also the City of Boston Public Works Department has a list of approved species, and those species were jointly discussed as it relates to potential growth and scalability from a safety perspective because of their location in front of the substation.
If you could find it, I'm not entirely sure, the maintenance plan, but I think for at least a year, Eversource is responsible for the maintenance of those trees. But if you could find that document and review.
Yes, without a doubt, the first year of any planting to ensure its survivability, including fertilization and pruning, et cetera, that is definitively part of the Eversource's responsibility and obligations. But I can search for the other document I referred to.
Mr. Wong, do you want to, if you want to see a reference to that document, would you like to make a record request for that? And then we won't tie Mr. Petersall up for looking for that in terms of hearing time.
I'm trying to decide if I need.
Ms. Sharkey, it may already be in the filing as an exhibit. I'd have to go look.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not necessarily asking you to provide it yet again, just to provide some kind of response that would identify where it was provided in the record.
Okay.
If that's the case, I think I'm okay as putting it as a record response, be it either to reference the document and provide it, or to refer to the place in the record that it's might already be included.
So that would be record request EFSB 12.
Thank you. I think I had another question on the trees, which was Mr. Petersile, you had brought up the species of the trees and the discussions that went into selecting that, and this is in reference to the street trees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any request or process where the proposed living wall on the north side would be the species that make up that living wall would be discussed with a city agency or agencies?
So the city, Meredith can probably address this, but the city agencies or certain city agencies like DPDA and Boston Parks and Rec are invited to those planning sessions. And I would suspect if a green wall ends up being a selected element of the facade, that they'd be participatory in that conversation.
That's correct, David. We will ensure if that's the design the neighborhood decides is best, we will work hand in hand with the city to make sure that the species are appropriate, and with, a landscape architect and all of the requisite experts to ensure that the plants that are there are appropriate for coastal facade.
I appreciate that response. And just for the record, have any of the agencies that were invited to the planning sessions attended these planning sessions?
Yes, I believe that may have been discussed on Monday, but if you give me a minute, Mr. Wong, I can bring up the specifics, but I know.
I can speak to that.
Thank you, Nicole.
Mrs. Barrica. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had the Commissioner of Parks and Rec attend one of our meetings. We've also had environmental, the general environmental, a representative from Mariama White Hammond's office attend. Did we have someone from Adrian's?
We did have a.
Wait. Did we have someone from Adrian's?
Madaro's office attend, Meredith?
Yes, we did. We did.
And didn't Jill Zick also attend from BPDA, or was someone else from BPDA?
BPDA received all of the information. However, they were not in attendance at any of the meetings.
Okay.
Jill Zick, as well as Mira from the DPDA, opened every constant contact email that we sent out regarding this process.
And that's Mira Reynolds from the BPDA.
Okay. This might be just a coincidence. Does Mira Reynolds still work for the BPDA? Because I mean, there is a Mira Reynolds and DPU, so I'm not sure if it's the same person or not.
It's not Mira Reynolds, it's Mira Dean, Deean.
Thank you. Okay. Final question on this. I think it might have been lost in the shuffle. Does the company have the number of street trees that will be planted on Condor Street?
Yes, I'm looking for the landscape plan now.
I believe it's 4, but David, if you
Thought it
want,
was 4 originally, and we changed it to 5. I think that's what it was. I'm looking.
And while you're looking for that, is this plan on the record?
are you asking if the landscaping plan is on the record, Mr. Wong?
That's correct. Yep. I'm just asking if because if it is, then I can refer to it myself. It's you don't have to search within it.
David, do you know?
Yeah, I don't want to give an affirmative or a negative without researching it for certain. So
I think, I believe, wasn't that the subject of the request of the last record request we made?
No, that was the license maintenance agreement.
Okay.
yeah.
If it's easier, we can also do this as a record request.
Why don't we do a record request for, just for the company to identify the landscaping, where the landscaping plan was provided in this record, and the number of trees on Condor Street. Is that the information you're looking for, Mr. Wang?
That's right.
To also be provided as a part of that response, and that would be record request EFSB 13.
Thank you. So I'm gonna move on from EFSB-G-2, but just before that, the company had mentioned the facade design discussions as an additional potential design change to the project. And I believe the status of that was given to us in the first hearing, probably, or one of the, so I just want an update on if there is an update since then as to the status of complying with condition U.
There's nothing that's changed since our discussion on May 17th at this point. And just to clarify, having some decorative facade was always an element of the station. This is just an aesthetic change.
Appreciate that clarification.
So Mr. Wong, you're essentially asking whether they've resumed kind of setting up a date for the community meetings with regard to the facade of the substation. Is that what you're asking?
Indirectly, yes.
So when we last talked about this, I think at the May 17th hearing, we had talked about probably now waiting till after the July 4th holiday because of vacations and all of that. So that remains the same as it was a month ago when we discussed.
Thank you. And sorry, final point on that. Do these invitations come pretty early in advance of meetings, or are they, come next week for a hearing?
No, ideally what we would do is a staggered approach so that residents are getting information multiple times in multiple different ways. So USPS mailing, we would put a flyer up at the local library and other gathering places. And then we have electronic communications that we'd be sending out with the hope and expectation that broader organizations share those with their membership so that there's, again, the idea is that there's multiple touch points and people have ample time to plan. We do our very best to have multiple days, multiple times, and make sure that it's inclusive for children to be welcome. Of course, in a venue that is ADA compliant. And again, I think I offered this up before and will again on the record say, any suggestions. And we've been working closely with the Eagle Hill Civic Association on best venues, times, and days of week to be as inclusive as possible.
We'll also work with the City of Boston's Office of Neighborhood Services to get that information out, and they can use their channels that they have to share invitations as well. We also encourage Green Roofs. I know during the underlying case, they stated they did not want to be involved, but we encourage them to be involved and also get that information out to their members and to members of the community to come out and attend and to be a part of that process.
And the last thing I'll add is we have a dedicated website for this project where we are posting all the information and soliciting feedback from anybody who wants to provide it on the design.
Thank you.
And if I may, I did find the landscape plan. There are 5 street trees along Condor Street, and we'll provide that as under the record request.
Thank you, Mr. Petersile. Okay, I'm gonna move on to some short questions on magnetic fields. Really, I think Mr. Petersile has a good command of the previous decision, so I just want to get confirmation from you that that the proposed new distribution network that would come out of the proposed substation is the same as that described previously.
The distribution duct banks leaving the substation have not changed from the design that was submitted previously.
Thank you. And can you confirm that the configuration of the cables within the duct bank was also previously described?
So the circuitry, I don't recall if the notice project change actually got into the weeds of circuiting other than EMF discussions.
At some, if I may, at some point in the proceedings, we had discussed the fact that the distribution cables were proposed to be triplexed, which is kind of the 3 phases are rolled around in a twist, if you will, and that has not changed. That is an important tool for reduction in magnetic fields.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. And I asked that just to contrast it with a question that we posed to the company as part of information request EFSB-G-14, where the company described the existing arrangement, the arrangement of the existing distribution cables. Could the company confirm whether the triplex arrangement is what's also being described in its response to EFSB-G-14?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Essentially, I'm asking if it's just the same or similar arrangement.
It's the same. Triplexed. Try to give a description that we can put into words. It's the cables are twisted or rolled as they advance laterally.
Thank you. And you had stated this, but just to confirm that I heard correct, that this arrangement is proposed for minimizing magnetic fields coming out of the cables. I mean,
This arrangement does minimize magnetic fields.
thank you. And I'm going to point the company to the pre-filed testimony by CLF witness Brian Chi, and that's under exhibit CLF-GR-BC. I believe it's page 6, but I have to confirm that. And also let me know when you're there and you can answer the question.
I have exhibit CLF GR-BC in front of me.
Okay, and give me 1 second. Okay, so on page 6, referring to the page number at the bottom of the page,
Right.
lines 7 to 9, Mr. Chi had suggested that the company perform a new EMF study to identify EMF effects on City of Boston Police Department occupants and communication equipment. He had, and I'm trying not to characterize this too much, but he'd compare that to what was done in the first proceeding, which was, there was a lot of discussion about EMF impacts on channel fish with the previous site. So my question, essentially, just to make it clear, is in the company's view, what additional analysis is beyond what the company has provided in its magnetic field study would allow evaluation of occupant and equipment safety at the police station?
I mean, the EMF impact from the substation typically is not detectable above background. Once you get to the fence line, it trails off very quickly. By the time you get to the police station, I would anticipate that the building wiring within the police station would probably predominate the 60 hertz magnetic fields that you find in there.
Did you say predominate?
Yes, I said predominate.
Could you explain what that word means in this context?
Certainly, the way I intended it to be met in this context is that if of the total, assuming the substation were to be built, placed in service, the police station is there and occupied. If you were to go in and measure the 60 hertz magnetic fields inside the police station, most of the contribution to that total 60 hertz magnetic field would likely come from the wiring within the police station that provides the lights and the power for any electric motors that are in there, and communication equipment.
Thank you. So from what I understand your response to be, there wouldn't be a need for additional analysis beyond what the company has provided.
I would expect that if any additional analysis were done, it would not reveal any increase, measurable increase in the magnetic field within the police station.
Thank you. This was probably stated, this is definitely stated on the record, but beyond the build out of the police station, are there any other foreseeable additions to the surroundings of the substation?
I have no way of knowing what else the city of Boston might have proposed for the balance of that parcel. I have not been privy to any discussions that have mentioned that.
And that would go for myself as well. I'm not aware of any other proposed developments for that City of Boston parcel other than the police station.
Thank you. Is this just this panel of witnesses would not have this type of knowledge, or in general, Eversource wouldn't have this type of knowledge?
At this time, I work with the City of Boston, but at this time, I do not believe there's any planned additional development on that parcel. Not that I've aware of or that I've been privy to conversations with the City of Boston in my community relations capacity.
Thank you. I appreciate the.
Same here. Is, you know, we did do a lot of design coordination with the Public Facilities Department, as they were the city department that was in charge of the police station development. And then the balance of that parcel is owned by Department of Public Works for the City of Boston. And, you know, they have a salt shed there and they store various equipment there. We've coordinated our efforts with them also, but there's been no divulsion of information relevant to future property development that was ever provided.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I seem to recall that there was a reference to the Boston City Department of Public Works wanting to continue its current use of the parcel the way it is. Is that, am I misremembering?
At this time, we believe that the current usage will remain the same. We have no reason to believe that it will change.
Thank you. Okay, so this morning, in response to Mr. O'Brien, the company described various transformer safety mechanisms that would ensure safety if a transformer is to malfunction. I seem to hear about fire suppression and oil leak containment. Is that the extent? Have I missed anything?
That is what was discussed. Yes.
Thank you. And so to extrapolate from the safety mechanisms, there is the outcome, however likely or unlikely, of a transformer malfunction, either a fire at the transformer or mineral oil leaking from it?
The design outcome is to trip the transformer offline before the pressure goes up inside the tank that would either lift the relief valve or breach the tank or set fire to the insulating fluid. The containment and fire suppression system are there for backups should the protection systems not clear the transformer quickly enough to prevent any of those events.
Thank you. I appreciate the design aspect of that. I just, maybe to put it another way, to give some insight into why I'm asking this question is there's, you know, like as Mr. O'Brien has expressed, there's concern about the malfunction. I wanted to know, I wanted to understand the extent to what malfunction would look like, to really understand if there's, you know, cause to be concerned. Does that make sense?
that it does, and I think I understand what you're asking. And as I said, the first line of defense is the multiple layers of the electrical protection systems. The reason that these transformers, at least the public facing side of the transformers, will be behind solid concrete walls that will provide a measure of protection. And then there's a containment under them that will catch any fluid that might be released because of an event. And then there's the fire suppression. If there were to be a fire in there, the fire suppression system will activate and extinguish the fire.
Thank you.
Mr. Holstrom, do you have anything additional you may want to add to that?
Well, I mean, it's just probably redundant, but this station is going to be equipped with all the latest modern technologies. We talked about remote monitoring from our SCADA building. We have pressure alarms. And when John says, if there's a problem, the speed of those relays are in cycles. So in the far majority of any case that there is an issue, the residents of the neighborhood wouldn't see an impact from that because of the clearing times being so fast. And again, we just continuously monitor these, this equipment, and before anything substantial happens, it gets taken offline. One, because it's, that's what we want, because if there is an issue, we want it to be contained as quickly as possible. And that way, any repairs that have to be done are minimized. So in the far majority of cases, if there was an issue, I think the neighborhood, the surrounding community would really be blind to it.
And if I could add to that, there's numerous industry standards that provide guidance for fire protection of electrical infrastructure, such as transformers. And the designs, Eversource utilizes those standards, and they include the IEEE 979 Guide for Substation Fire Protection, IEEE 980 Guide for Containment and Control of Oil Spills in Substations, National Fire Protection Association, Standard 15, Standard for Water Spray Fixed Systems for Fire Protection, and NFPA 750, Standard on Water Mist Fire Protection Systems.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you.
And Mr. Lang, I'll just add, in addition to all of the safety measures that were just described by my colleagues, in compliance with condition Y of the decision on the project change in 2021, the company will prepare a comprehensive emergency response plan specific to steps to be taken in emergency situations regarding flooding and fires at the station.
Thank you. I especially appreciate Mr. Peterson. I was going to ask that exact question about the standards you were going to be anticipating. This question it's based off of Mr. Hallstrom. I guess everyone's response as to could you tell me all these advanced alarms, like for example if you're finding discrepancies in terms of the liquid level or in terms of unnatural amounts of gas coming out, are those to prevent a problem or are those to detect a problem? Because that could mean having to repair it or having to not have to repair it. Do you understand my question?
Yep. I mean, the monitoring is really to prevent an issue, right? And John, Mr. Zico touched on it a bit, but we can see temperature, we can see oil level, we can see just general loading on the transformer. So back at our control center, we can see all these things, and the benefit is we can take action before something happens, which is again the best way to save the asset, so to speak. And then we also do that, and we do that for loading as well. As we look at our circuits, especially during hot days, we can see load go up on circuits, and typically, rule of thumb is around 80%. We start offloading and moving load around with the whole idea of keeping loading in check. And again, we talked about heat, or heat is the enemy of all this equipment. So when we can keep loading down, we minimize heat, and that protects the health of the equipment and obviously the reliability of the system for customers.
Thank you. So to pivot a little bit from that, earlier this morning, it was also mentioned that the company a few times has regular maintenance checkups on its equipment, and for example, monthly recording of physical conditions of substation equipment. Would it be too much to briefly describe the extent of these maintenance equipment? So the reason I'm asking this is because in the pre-filed testimony by CLF witness Brian Chi, he had stated that he had proposed a table with some frequencies and actions to be taken for maintenance. So I wanted to have something to compare that to.
So we have a very kind of defined maintenance plan for substation. We do maintenance on the breakers, on the relays, and those are all based on industry best practice, across the industry. It's something we've been doing for, forever. It's just kind of how you run the utility system. And then in the case of our monthly inspections, our OMs, our people, our operators visit the station. They have an electronic device that kind of prompts them to go look at certain gauges, dials, condition of equipment, looking for any kind of, abnormality that gets recorded and saved. And it's we have records of these monthly inspections, but it's very well documented, and that's how we run our system, just on that kind of, with that kind of discipline and maintenance and inspection activities.
Is the frequency and type of activity possibly confidential information, or it's open for everyone to see as part of an operations plan or something like that?
Again, subject to check with council. I mean, we have, like I say, a well-documented maintenance program. It all depends on the equipment of the cycle and when it gets maintained. And yes, we do have that.
I'll move on to my next question, and we'll see based off of that line of questioning to see if we might want to have some sort of documentation of maintenance frequencies on the record. So in the pre-filed testimony that I'd referenced by Mr. Chi, CLF-GR-BC, at I believe it's page 5. Does the company have this in front of them, or the relevant witness?
I have it in front of me, yes.
Yep. So to the extent that Mr. Zico, you're familiar with the well-defined maintenance schedules that Mr. Hallstrom has talked about, are the numbers and actions for maintenance comparable to what was placed here in Mr. Chi's response, with Mr. Chi's pre-filed testimony? Sorry.
Yeah. So I would say that the table that was placed in Mr. Chi's pre-filed testimony is a guideline, and it's actually I'm somewhat familiar with that design guide for rural substations. It was put out by the USDA. And this guideline is really intended for an electrical co-op or a small electric company that doesn't have many substations and is looking for guidance. We not only have, as Mr. Hallstrom said, we have, many years of experience of this, but we also, through those years of experience and the large fleet of substations we have that stretch from Connecticut to New Hampshire, we know what does and doesn't work and what maintenance does and doesn't need to be done. In my opinion, on this table, the clean exposed porcelain every 12 months is something that you really don't have to do. The porcelain will clean itself when it rains. In general, you don't have to do it unless you're in your super high contamination area, like next to a fertilizer plant. You might need to do it. As far as Titan connections, those are the two big buckets that are in here: the Titan connections and clean porcelain. Titan connections. I'm not sure that any utility really goes in and does that anymore. We do infrared scans that will be much more sensitive. They'll also detect a dirty connection as opposed to a loose connection. So again, I think our maintenance plan probably exceeds what's in here with those two exceptions. Again, nobody really cleans porcelain. Nobody really tightens connections anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. I appreciate that you have a good command of this, and I also caught on that this was referencing rural substation. So out of curiosity, is there generally a difference between maintaining a substation in a rural and urban setting?
I'm not sure, because I don't know what we're defining as rural. We have some areas of our service territory that are very highly populated, very high load densities. We have some areas that where load densities aren't as large, and I don't know that the maintenance plan differentiates between that. I would say that we give it all the same weight. A transformer is a transformer. Doesn't really care whether it's in an urban environment or a rural environment to a large extent.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that line of questioning. I think, yep. So, Ms. Engstrom, you had referenced an emergency plan that would be prepared as part of a condition for the previous decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions on, and I understand that it's still under development. Is that true?
Correct.
So keeping that in mind, I know some, it's the components of it might be subject to change, but I'm going to try to ask the questions and you can tell me to your knowledge about them. Okay, so referring to CLF's response to our information requests, exhibit EFSB-CLF-1, as well as discussions between the company and CLF on Monday. So I'll give you some time to get there. I need some time as well. And please let me know when you're ready to answer.
Do you mind just repeating the reference?
Yep, it's EFSB-CLF-1. And for everyone at home, EFSB had asked CLF to confirm that its witness was aware of the spill mitigation that Eversource.
Aware of what?
The spill mitigation that Eversource had already was proposing. Ms. Engstrom, do you have that in front of you?
I don't, but in the direction that you're headed, I may not be the person to respond, but I'm not sure if my colleagues have it in front of them either. I think we're trying to locate it.
Yeah, I might suggest that if Mr. Zico can find that document, or Mr. Petersile, perhaps Mr. Newhall.
Could you repeat what document that is? It broke
Yeah.
up.
So it's a question that we EFSB posed to CLF. It's EFSB-CLF-1.
Okay, I can get that in front of me.
Thank you. And let me know when you're ready to answer.
EFSB dash
CLF-1.
Oh, I thought I did have that one.
I think it was provided under a big jumbo document. So if I'll give you a couple more moments. If you really can't find it, I can throw it up on the screen, but I may have to grab a power cord for my laptop in the meantime.
All right, I think I'm zeroing in on it.
Okay. Just give me a moment. I have to.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Zico, have you located the document?
I have the bulk document with the responses in it. If you could direct me to which one it was specifically.
EFSB-CLF-1.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Have you had the chance to read the response?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so my question is an extension of what Mr. Chi stated, which is understanding that Eversource has designs and contamination plans for its substations. Could you state whether these designs are also inclusive of particular weather conditions as suggested by Mr. Chi?
Yes, this is the containment system that we use in all of our stations that have a containment system, and they are designed to let storm water out and block the flow of insulating fluid out of the containment. As far as that would be from precipitation from above. As far as flooding goes, we've gotten into the record that this, we're some 3 to 4 feet above what the highest water level is from projected water level is from flooding through 2070, and there's ample opportunity to react to any changes that could occur to that scenario via condition Z of the decision in the project change notice.
And just to add to Mr. Zico's response, the substation is located 70 feet from Chelsea Creek. In addition, the substation will be resilient to the 500-year storm under projected 2070 sea level rise conditions. And the containment system will be, I guess, to that level. So the response from Mr. Chi assumes that those types of conditions haven't been taken into account. So I guess I would, reiterate that we've accounted for major storm and flood conditions in the resiliency of the station, such that we would not have, a release to Chelsea Creek under such conditions.
And I'd just go on further to add that this containment is designed for the full, capacity of the transformer. So you'd have to have this 0.2% chance storm in progress, transformer break and lose every drop of fluid that's in it, and have a half-hour operation of the fire suppression system. You're into a multiple order contingency at that point.
As well as have the 2070 projected sea level rise conditions.
I'm sorry, as well as have the 2070 what?
As well as have the projected sea level rise conditions for 2070 occur.
Right. And on top of that, as we spoke, we have already gotten alarms and indication that something isn't right at the station, and we would have already started to respond to mitigate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the responses. This is just to make it clear on the record. So,
Wayne, you're fading in terms of your volume level.
moved it like 1 inch down and it changed. So this is just to confirm my understanding for the record. So Mr. Cheese is suggesting that the containment design itself isn't responsive, but what I'm hearing is that that's not relevant, and that the site design itself is what is responsive to these conditions that are being hypothesized in terms of flooding and stormwater. Is that a fair summary?
I believe so, but it's also fair to say that the two operate as a system.
Sorry, the what? The two operators what?
The two meaning the containment and the site design operate as a system.
Thank you. That's
Yeah, and again, we're talking about just such an extremely low probability event that this would happen, but our systems, our automation is designed to handle scenarios where a transformer does fail. But again, the flooding is such a low probability event.
testing. I was told to increase my mic volume. Does this sound good?
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you. The reason I wanted to make that clarification was because Mr. Zico, you stated that this containment design it sounded to me that this containment design was pretty standard across all substations, regardless of location.
Well, it is, and it so happened that for this combination of site conditions here, where we're so far above where we project to be, even with some pretty conservative scenarios looking far out into the future, the containment that we use at the vast majority of our sites worked at this location.
Thank you.
And I would just reiterate that it works in that it contains all of the fluid from the transformer, plus a half an hour of fire suppression efforts. And we are adding that at an elevation that would be above the 500-year storm event for projected sea level rise out to 2070.
Thank you. Final question on this. I want to refer the company to CLF's pre-filed testimony by Mr. Marcos Luna, exhibit number CLF-GR-ML. I'm going to pull up the page number really quickly. But I'll ask my question and then I'll give the page number, which is for the initial question is, does the company's planned emergency plan include a flood emergency plan?
It's a plan that has yet to be written, but certainly based on the amount of interest and attention that flooding has gotten in this case, yes, flooding will be part of the plan when developed.
Thank you for the correction there. So I'm trying to see where Mr. Luna's testimony stated this, but
Yeah, and I just add, when there's major weather or major storms, hurricanes, things like that, we have very prescriptive emergency response plan, of which I'm actually responsible for all of Eversource. So, just kind of the standard practice of what we do. Our substation operations folks go out and look at substations and monitor substations and inspect substations to make sure everything is in working order and the storm isn't having any kind of detrimental impact. And then more times than not, the far majority of times, our substations hold up extremely well during these big weather events. And then we take our substation people and put them to work in the overhead. But when there's a major hurricane, major storm event, there's a all hands on deck response, and we monitor our system and make sure that there isn't any detrimental effects from any type of these events.
Mr. Hallstrom, I appreciate the overview. So I'm going to direct the company now to page 10 of the testimony I had referenced, and lines 9 to 10. So that's an exhibit CLF-GR-ML, page 10, lines 9 onwards. Please let me know if you've gotten there.
I have gotten there.
Yep. So just for the record, is the company aware of the National Grid Emergency Response Plan referenced by Mr. Luna?
I'm aware that it exists. I've not seen it to this point.
Okay. Mr. Hallstrom, are you aware of it?
You're on mute.
I'm aware that there was a reference to it in this document, but I haven't studied it, to be honest with you.
Understanding that Eversource has, as you said, an all hands on deck approach to these big weather events. And that Eversource has its own best practices. I was just wondering if the witnesses can state, well, if they see any value in also reviewing this National Grid plan, which was in response to the hurricane, I forget which hurricane, but
yeah. So just reading the lines, and I've read this. So, I've been at Eversource, Boston Edison, for 32 years. We've never had to proactively or preemptively de-energize any of our substations due to a hurricane. Again, as I said, we're when we have a big event, some of the National Grid, we have a very well documented plan, and our substation personnel are responsible to make sure our substations are secure, are safe, are not at risk. And we've never had to do this. It's never been an issue for us. But that would certainly be, you know, something they would look for. But again, you know, we've never had a substation flood. We did have we've never had a substation flood. I'll leave it at that.
And I'll just add that, Mr. Hellstrom, that includes our substations in Connecticut, which were also impacted by Hurricane Sandy as well, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the Mr. Hallstrom and Ms. Engstrom. I appreciate the responses.
Yeah, and you know, I actually had that National Grid procedure. I believe it's just one page. Yeah. So you know, we'll look at that. But like I say, I'm very confident in what we do during big events and the attention we give our substations. But I have it on my desk here somewhere.
To what Mr. Hallstrom said, we do file our annual emergency response plan that Mr. Hallstrom is referencing with the Department of Public Utilities on an annual basis.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers. And just so we can close this, well, for this record, for this proceeding, these plans that are referenced by Mr. Luna are something to is it fair to say that it's something that a company will consider in developing its plan for this site location?
Yes, I think as Erin spoke, Nicole, we will have a plan and certainly consider it. But again, we have a very well documented all hazards plan. I think the substation, like this substation, like all of them, will neatly fit into that plan. And I believe the commitment is to share that plan before it goes into operations, before the substation goes into operations.
Thank you. So I have one last question on the site location, and then a couple follow-ups from CLF. But so this is something that I picked up on, I think, from the first hearing day. I believe Mr. Phelps Turner of CLF had asked the company about sulfur hexafluoride emissions, and Mr. Zico had stated that the leak rate of SF6 was on the record. Mr. Zico, do you remember that exchange?
I do recall. I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember the exchange. Yes.
So I didn't find a reference to that location on the record. So if you could you provide that as part of a record request?
Yes, I could.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sharkey, you're muted.
So that would be record request EFSB 14.
Thank you. And really quickly, so at the start of my questioning, I'd asked about the context of, you know, the regulatory context in which this proceeding exists, and we'd talked about the Roadmap Act, and I think a lot of emphasis, part of the questioning from CLF and Boston Residents Group today was about the environmental justice considerations. So I'm going to talk about that in the context of the Roadmap Act next week when we talk about there's a topic next week about the conformity with existing state laws and local laws. So that's something that I'm going to try to cover next week. But for today, I'd heard that Eversource itself is in the process of coming up with its own policy. I just want a few more questions to understand what that would be, if you could bear with me. And I'm coming up with these on the fly because this just happened. So Ms. Rubin had asked if the KPIs, which are key performance indicators, if they would be published together with the Eversource policy. Does that ring a bell?
I remember Ms. Rubin talking about KPIs, where I had responded that we will likely develop KPIs once the policy has been fully developed and in its final stage.
Thank you for the clarification. Is Eversource intending for this policy to be public, or is it more of an internal informational document?
I think what we've done right now in the draft stages of this document is share it with specific stakeholders and get specific feedback, because we do want to incorporate as much community feedback, environmental group feedback as possible, and not create this policy and framework in a vacuum. But as I stated earlier, we really do consider equity to be a journey. And I think as you've seen, that, you know, there's lots of things that have gone into the roadmap policy as well, the roadmap law, as well as the environmental justice policy, that outline a list of things that the EEA and its agencies are to do. And I think those agencies and the EEA have, you know, they still are going to be doing a lot of those things and implementing a lot of those guidelines. So I think this process is going to evolve as the state policies evolve as well. And we kind of look at the framework to, while we may finalize it in the near future, we certainly don't plan to close the book on it. And I think we would evolve it based on anything that comes up, either through state policy or through any additional feedback we receive through our own learnings and our own project implementations.
That makes sense, but the question also was, I understand it's not going to be finalized. So
in terms of making it public,
yeah.
I think that would be something that we would need to discuss internally, but it would certainly be something that we would be using internally as, you know, a guideline and a framework. But I think we would need to discuss that internally. I can't answer that at this moment.
Thank you. One moment.
Could we go off the record just a moment?
Yep.
Sure, off the record.
We've been going about an hour and a half. I wonder if we could take a break sometime soon, if we're not going to be done pretty soon.
Alan, I think we probably should take a break, because I'm going to wrap up. I don't know if there's any procedural stuff to talk about before we adjourn. Maybe.
So does that mean, Wayne,
I have 2 minutes worth of questions.
Oh.
But I would also like a break to gather my thoughts.
Okay, so why don't we take a break, come back at 4:15?
Before we do that, may I ask the witnesses, there were a couple of names from, I believe, Boston public agencies that I wanted to get the spelling of. Todd Lemming.
Liming.
Let's see, and Joe Zick or something from BPD.
Jill. Jill. Zick, Zick.
And okay, great. That's it. And Mira, is it Meera?
I think it's Meara, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Sharkey, when we come back, I also have the response to the question about that license agreement that was asked earlier. So we can clean that up.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Wong?
This is going to be really brief. So Ms. Bowden, you talked about the Pro Equity Advisory Team. I just wanted a little bit more information on that. What does this team do in terms of, Eversource's equity and EJ policy?
So this team was hand selected back in August, September 2021 timeframe. Employees of Eversource, different departments, again, different backgrounds. And we took the last 9 or so months to create an equity structure for within Eversource and externally, looking at how we work with environmental justice communities, looking at our equity structure, both internally and externally. We developed 4 core strategies. We've developed basically the framework for how we're going to be working with environmental justice communities. From that pro equity team, they're going to be developing a department. It's going to be an environmental justice group that they'll be hiring some folks to do some policy work around environmental justice in the next few months here as well.
Thank you. And this structure or framework, is this the EJ policy that we've been discussing earlier?
Yes, internal policy, yes, as well as how we'll work customer facing and externally.
I'm just going to add to what Ms. Bowden said. What I referenced, the draft equity framework, is something that would be, for external facing purposes of how we approach our communities and our customers related to large scale projects. What Ms. Bowden is referring to is an internal team that's focused on how we as an organization and how our employees can incorporate environmental justice and equity into the everyday work that we do.
Okay, so to put it in Ms. Rubin's terminology, was one of this was the procedural component and one of this is the substantive component. Is that a fair summary?
So it was the work that I spoke about to Ms. Rubin earlier. So yes, that is a fair summary.
Thank you. Last question. I think this has been said many times about this the framework, the substantive framework, that it's based on state policy as well as feedback received by the community. Is that correct?
I would say it's a mix of not only just our state policy and laws, as well as feedback that we've currently received from community groups and environmental groups, but also feedback and guidance from groups internally, like the Pro Equity Advisory Team. So I would say it's an all-encompassing framework that we look to as kind of our guiding principles of how we would approach large-scale projects going forward. And a lot of the framework was also taking feedback from departments and organizations within the company, like Ms. Barica's group, for example, of project services, that have already incorporated and are already doing a lot of these guiding principles of how they approach environmental justice communities and how we work with those community members on large projects.
So as you had stated that the policy would advance as the state policies advance. So it seems like you're anticipating some change within the state as well, like adding on to what's existing. This question could be hypothetical, and stop me if you can't answer this, but if Eversource finds, based off of its other feedback, like from the community, from its pro equity team, from its internal departments, that its policy could be a step ahead of state policy? Would it pursue having that as its own policy, or would it wait for state policy to catch up?
No, I think, as I said, state policy is just one aspect that we take into account as part of this equity framework. And again, I'm just going to highlight that it's still in draft form. But I think that that's just one aspect. Getting feedback from the communities that we serve, as well as other organizations that represent and work with those communities, as well as our own internal departments, plays another aspect into the development of the framework. So we wouldn't just be reliant on state policies. So no, we wouldn't necessarily wait for state policies to implement changes within our framework or to implement our framework at all.
Thank you. So this is the last question. It sounds like you're still in the drafting stage. I don't know if you're ready. Whoever is in charge, it's not the pro equity team that's in charge of drafting this. Is that correct?
They have provided feedback as part of this draft.
Would Eversource be comfortable giving a high level summary of what it is as part of a record request, or?
We'd be happy.
Okay, thank you. So to phrase the question for the record, could Eversource provide a high level summary of its current iteration of its, Ms. Bowden, so this is for the external facing framework, is that correct? Not the
correct
one, okay. Would Eversource be able to provide a high level summary of its current draft of its external EJ policy framework? Ms. Sharkey?
That would be record request EFSB 15.
Okay, that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Does anyone have follow-up on what's been asked today? In that case, on Tuesday, we are resuming at 10 o'clock with intervener witnesses. And based on the current schedule, I believe that means we will proceed with DEP's witness, Ms. Hobbs. CLF's witnesses, Senator Edwards, Elizabeth Stanton, and Marcus Luna. BRG's witnesses, Tanya Del Rio, Ben Downing, Britta Lundberg.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien, can you turn your microphone off, please?
He's got it off now, I think.
Okay, thanks. Ben Downing,
Britta Lundberg, Pen Lowe, Juliana Monitz, Heather O'Brien, and then I believe City Councilor Ruth C. Lejeune in the afternoon. And then Mr. Chi and the community panel that CLF is sponsoring will be scheduled to be on the next Monday. Does anyone have any changes to the schedule that I've just repeated?
Oh,
Mr. O'Brien, you have your hand up.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Not a change, but a question. Will the Boston resident group people appearing be getting separate emails with their links?
I believe so. I think it will be following the procedure that we've been doing where we send out yet again the Zoom links to everyone the morning of the hearing.
Mr. O'Brien, has the Boston Residents Group provided the emails for these witnesses to us as a list?
Yes, I believe so, but we'll do it again just to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Sharkey,
Mr. Hopper, yes, I see you. Sorry.
That's quite all right. Excuse me. I'm sure you were pretty clear about it, but I just want to confirm. So DEP's witness, Ms. Hops, will be up first at 10, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Unless you have some conflict and you'd rather go later in the day, but
10 a.m. is perfect. I just wanted to clarify that for Ms.
okay.
Hops.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else from anyone before we close for today?
No, not on our part. Thank you.
Okay, then we will close for today and resume on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Bye.